And we are back. Over a month since the release of Borderlands 4, there's lots to talk about. Community in an uproar. It's split. You understand, we've got some controversial issues. We're gonna get to all of it. My thoughts. And, I believe, with me having two Vault Hunters, just under 300 hours played, then my 2 cents is valid. I must admit. You understand. Now, for all of you who come from the div side, no worries. We got something real special coming up for division. So don't you worry. But this is BL4 time, man. It's Borderlands 4. So we're not gonna mess around with any other games or titles for that matter. So much going on in Borderlands. We got to get to the bottom of it, man. You understand? A few interesting topics I'd like to visit. Kind of touch on. See what's what. Now, while we're discussing some of these topics of interest, these matters at hand, um, we will be going through Kairos, all three zones, or regions for that matter, and we will be knocking out an array of different activities. We may do some vial bounties, may do some bossing, some mobbing. Um, the weekly encore, I'm not really interested in. I'm not gonna lie. Um, Black market machine is not really something that has anything of interest for me. All of our machines are different, so just because I lucked out this week, you guys may have something in your machine worth actually getting, maybe even getting a few of. So, um, don't let me rain on your parade. I would definitely check your black market vendors at least once a week, if you can. You know, you step away, you're not playing, that's a different story. I get it. Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of exploration. This is my second character, Harlow, the Gravatar, the scientist from another planet. And one thing I really, really enjoy is the difference between her and my main Vault Hunter, my first Vault Hunter, that being Rafa, the Exo Soldier. The build diversity between those two are it's just crazy. It's insane. I've already made a few builds with Rafa. One focused more on status, that being corrosion and shock. And then I also made an ordnance slash ricochet Rafa build that I'm really enjoying right now. Super tanky. It's got damage. It's got survivability. Um, the variants of weapons I can use on this build is just because you got some builds who may only be tailored to one or two types of manufacturers or even weapon types. Very rare you get a build where you can use anything. And see, with me, one thing why I kind of favor my Rafa Ricochet over my Rafa Status, also known as the Beam build, um, it's just it's more interactive. I could be more aggressive. It's slightly more tanky. It's got more survivability, and you can kind of get up in the NPC's face and just slaughter shit. Now, the Beam build, that build, you don't have to do a lot of shooting. I mean, your ordnance, and because you got one that's shock, which is going to handle all armor builds, and then you have the other one, which is corrosion. You put those two together, man. That takes care of everything but health health bars, red bars. So there's not a lot of things in the game that don't have um, armor or shields. So it's very beneficial. But however, I really do enjoy my second Rafa build that I'm currently using over my status Rafa build. And there are other names. There's different verbiages that people use depending on which augments and what other various items they pick on their skill tree. So I could be talking about the same build as another content creator. However, his verbiage on the build may be a little different than mine. And that's all fine. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato. You understand? It's going to taste the same. You understand? So, that being said, um, yeah, we're going to get into some of these side missions. As far as bugs and glitches in
Why
the
even
game,
is humidity?
Borderlands has always had that.
Need a
I don't know if
shower.
you guys,
And a new parkour
played
cylinder.
Borderlands 1 or 2.
Oh, and a
I don't
nap.
really recall much about 1, but I do recall playing 2, played 3, played quite a bit of 3. And I got 4 at launch, so I'm pretty familiar with the series. Obviously, it's not as of a serious title as some other open world games, and that's fine. It's got its own crowd, it's got its own fan base. Either you like it or you don't, and if you don't, that's fine. Those of you who do, strap up your boots. We're gonna get to work. Back to the glitches. People are gonna play how they want to play because it's single player for the most part. Most of the time, I see friends on here. They're playing by themselves. Most of the times, I'm playing by myself. So there's a lot of solo play in the game, and that's kind of what I wanted to touch on. I think they did a really good job with the open world, um, addressing certain issues, that being bugs. Still, some things they need to work out. Um, it was definitely some damage exploits that was discussed and discovered for myself as of recent, of course, at or after the patch. So I didn't get a chance to mess around with a lot of that stuff. I typically don't, mess around with, glitches or anything of that nature. I like to go out and show people that you can go out and play and have a good experience playing straight up. Those that don't decide to play straight up, I'm not knocking you. It's Borderlands, man. You pretty much play it how you want to play it at the end of the day. So um, those that partake in it, you know what I mean? I don't think it really affects the community unless there was something along the lines of maybe like a competitive leaderboard. How fast can you, get through this activity or clear this drill site or take over this silo? Little stuff like that. If that was in the game, then I can understand. They'd want everybody to be kind of policed and monitored, a little bit more closely. But there's none of that going on. You kind of play at your own speed. There's some people, they're 800 to 1,000 hours in already. It's like, that's crazy work, man. Um, shout out to you guys, man. Maybe get some sun sometime, touch Earth. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just under 300. That's why I feel like I got a little bit to talk about as far as my experience. I've created multiple Vault Hunters. I've, uh, you know, created multiple builds. Um, 3 with Rafa, 2 with Harlow. So 5 builds total. I've experimented with different skill trees and talents and perks. Um, my specialization, which is what we kind of build. I'll show you guys real quick. This is like the last part of everything. So my specialization for Harlow is nothing like my specialization for Rafa. They're completely different. Um, the end goal is obviously the same. You want to max this thing out, but how you build it and what you unlock earlier on is really what's going to push your builds over the top. So this is kind of what I want to focus on. You can see I've got, I think 53 points for Harlow, and I've got about, I think roughly about 90 points for Rafa. I might be slightly off, give or take 5 or 10. But again, these things are totally different. Also, the perks that I chose for my bow hunters are different. So not only is that different, but we can even go into, the guns and stuff that I have equipped. These guns are, well, the wombo combo I use on both my characters. This is just an overall amazing gun. It's hard to make a build and this not be valuable. It's arguably one of the best ARs in the game, hands down. Um, but the funny thing about this particular wombo is it comes in radiation. And prior to me having Harlow, or crazy scientist, I never use radiation so much. Typically for my main character, I use a lot of incendiary damage, I use a lot of shock damage, and I use radiation. Now, the reason I use shock and radiation is because my first build was kind of synergized because Rafa hacks, he has bonus corrosion and bonus shock damage. That's like in the actual skill tree, right? So just me pairing that with my weapons kind of gave me a boost in status damage. This was before I knew half the stuff that I know now, by the way. So I didn't really use radiation a lot. But because Harlow actually has radiation in her skill tree, she's also got cryo, which is probably cryo is probably the status I use the least amount. And again, I don't know. I mean, me personally, maybe I'll experiment with cryo a little bit more later on, but right now I'm really enjoying this radiation. Um, it just melts people with the current setup that I've got for Harlow. So wombo combo, really, this is a weapon that pretty much goes good with everything. However, there are a few weapons that she does use that I do not use for my other character. One of them is the Agent's Dream. High round, high mag, high fire rate. It's this thing. And one thing you're gonna see with the way I built Harlow, a lot of her weapons have high fire rate. Um, she doesn't really excel. I mean, that's why if you look to the right here, you don't really see. And this some of these items I just got, so I haven't had a chance to sell them or put them in my bank. So like this potato thrower, I've got like 10 of these. So most likely this one will be junked. And there's a few other weapons over here that I gotta drop off. I really wanted to use the rainbow vomit with Harlow, but it does not shine. I mean, it's it's not bad with Rafa. Rafa actually does really well with shotguns, but again, anything that doesn't have a high RPM, Harlow struggles with the current build that I have. Now, could you construct and make a build where she actually does relatively well with, slow fire rate and low magazine weapons? Yeah, I'm sure you could. Um, However, I'm not at the point to speak on that, so I don't know. And this Rainbow Vomit is just sick. It comes with spread launcher, Jacobs, corrosion, radiation, and shock. It's just this thing's nasty. It's a really great weapon. What I'll probably end up doing is putting this in my bank and grabbing it with my other character because you don't want to have all these nice weapons and create a build and then you can't use the weapon because it just doesn't shine the way that it's supposed to. There's only a few weapons in this game where doesn't matter what you put on, it's gonna perform at a bare minimum average rate. It won't be ass. And that being the bod shotgun, definitely one of them. We just touched on the wombo combo. That's definitely another one. Um, I'd even say the slugger. I'd put the slugger in that category too. I mean, the 30% damage you get on kill. I mean, even UVH 5, it doesn't take much to drop a red bar. You can easily stack 90% damage with that thing and pick perks and talents that you know nothing about and have way more than enough damage to obtain that 90% damage. And you just you just go crazy, man. You know. So there's that. So there are the weapon variants I like, and that's one reason why I picked two. Well, all the Vault Hunters are totally different. So no matter which two of the four you pick, you're gonna have a dramatically different experience, just because the skill trees, the ordnance bonuses, and the talents and the specializations. I think they did a really good job with layering up the build diversity and things that you can. I mean, they did a really good job. They added some stuff. Um, I heard they want to bring pearls back. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, it's way too early in the game to be talking about items that are gonna be significantly stronger than these legendaries. That we've spent weeks grinding. There's talks and there's, you know, the first DLC is coming out this week. And we're talking about pearls already. That's to me that's crazy. You know, like it hasn't even been 3 months since the game was released, and we're talking about pearls. I mean, we just gotta chill. We gotta relax. Lay off the devs, man. Cut them a break. Cause I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of other games that launch in way worse state, had a lot more going on in a negative way than what we experienced in BL4. So we just gotta pump the brakes, man. Relax. Enjoy the experience. Again, I'm not even at 300 hours. I've obtained most of the items worth obtaining. I've sold and got rid of hundreds, if not thousands. No, I wouldn't say thousands. That's probably a little. Well, I don't know. I've gotten rid of quite a bit of legendaries, man. You can only hold 500, and that's one thing I kind of wish they would do. I'm gonna hold off because I don't want to get too much off topic. Like I said, there's so much to talk about when it comes to the game. There's good things. There's some bad things. Not a lot. Not a lot. But I believe we'll all get there, man. Again, I think those of us who are complaining about there's nothing to do, there's still missions I haven't even completed, man. Like for me, from a non-biased standpoint, I don't feel the game was released in a bad state. Nor do I feel like we didn't get enough content at launch. Despite this DLC probably being one of the smaller of the ones that they're going to release, it's probably one of the smaller DLCs. You really can't complain with it not even being a quarter of the year and we're already getting DLC. Um, I think it's been confirmed we're gonna get two more Vault Hunters. That's that's pretty badass. Two more Vault Hunters. Um, I believe we're gonna get two more skill trees. So those skill trees are like different. Those are like different characters. Like every Vault Hunter has the ability to have like bare minimum eight to 10 builds a piece. Those 8 to 10 builds perform, operate. They have different abilities. They have different perks and talents. So they perform and operate totally different. So I mean, it's really like with us having four Vault Hunters, it's damn near like 30 different things you can choose from. Now you have some who are focused again. Harlow's more focused on cryo and radiation. My boy Rafa, my first Vault Hunter, he's focused more on corrosion and shock. Then you have Vex, she's elemental, so she has all of the statuses covered. And then you have Amon, who's incinerary and cryo, fire and ice. So I believe what they did for all the Vault Hunters. Again, I only have two of the four, and I plan to probably keep it that way until they release the fifth and sixth Vault Hunters into the game. At that point, I'll probably make a third, but I'm not interested in grinding another character. It doesn't matter if you can start at 30. There's a lot of open world exploration that I'm still doing with this character. Check this out. Look at this. Now you can tell just by looking at my map. All these not question marks, exclamation points, all these diamonds. There is a lot for me to do. Now I want you guys to also understand this. I only have 30 something hours played with this character. So the fact that I have fully optimized builds, um, weapons, um, character mods, enhancements, everything included. It's like when I looked at the amount of time I got on this character earlier, I blew my mind. Now, granted, you do start at 30 when you've already gotten through the original game, so that's cool. But again, bro, this is a very big map. This is this map is huge, bro. It's this map is huge, man. So you have to rediscover all of this stuff all over again. And most of the areas, well, not most, I have been to all the areas, as you can see. We've been to the Sumplands, we've been over here to Carcadia, and we've been in the Fairfields. So, and oh, and we've been in Dominion. That's this circle area here. So, still, lots to do, man. Lots to do. Lots to do. Um, I thought I finished this mission, man. What is this? Alright,
Mr. Moonshiner, I
I
presume.
guess we'll do this one and then
It depends on who's
go
asking.
conclude the other one.
Are you responsible for the moonshine I just saw nearly kill a girl?
Yeah, my stuff will do that to you. Old family recipe. I've been trying to sell it, but none of the folks around here can hold their liquor for nothing. No, what I need is a pappy's helper. The old man's miracle cure takes you from tipsy to tip-top in no time. Got the recipe right here. Mind helping me whip one up?
Will I get to be around drunk people? Nothing like a good drunk to make you feel intellectually superior. What's up?
I knew you was all right. Now, first things first is finding fruit on those cliffs over yonder.
Yes, this is Lucian's flank with the phosphine camo. Got some really nice roads, man. You know what? I think it'll make a lot of people really upset. Um, Probably by far
I ain't never
one of
had
my
much use for
favorite
the pappy's helper
weapons
myself,
for
but
Harlow.
Grandpappy used to make it for our weak-livered northern kin.
Sounds like you need a less potent brew then.
What? And disrespect my heritage? You see, now some of those seeds got real thin shells on them, but I need one that's good and sturdy.
Hazardous material coming through!
Wait, did I mention the seeds grow inside a special fruit that only grows on cliff sides? And that the local fauna love this fruit enough to kill them that tries to take it? No?
So yeah, one of my favorite weapons to flank with Harlow. But again, the crazy thing is I don't use the same weapons for the same boat hunters, man. There's a few weapons, again, by um Wombo Combo. Bird Bees is pretty good. I like Bird Bees on Ralph and Harlow. Especially if you've got torque stickies on there. Where am I supposed to be? Let's go the hell out of here. So one of the things that I did, and as you see in the title here, this is my second playthrough. Some of these damn narrow pathways in here, and then the handling in this game. I've never really cared for Borderlands driving. It's just one thing. It's kind of like how the meleeing is in this game. You know, and I heard one of the other content creators, I believe he said the same thing. Just meleeing and Borderlands 4 just doesn't, it's just, and I'm aware that Rafa has one of the strongest melee builds in the game, and I'm not even interested in making it.
This must be the place.
Not even interested. It just doesn't feel good to melee in this game. It feels better to shoot your gun. I'm not gonna lie. Feels much better to shoot than the melee enemies in this game. Now, honestly, again, we're gonna give Borderlands its flowers. What it did right, we quickly identify what it does well. Open world's phenomenal. I think the amount of stuff they gave us at launch is easily feasible. Bare minimum. I know some people complain about not having enough to do. I believe that there's plenty to do, especially if you've got 4 Vault Hunters. There's no way you got 4 damn Vault Hunters and you went through the whole playthrough 4 times, side mission, quests, silos, Ripper sites, and there's no way. There's not enough hours in the day for you to do that 4 damn times. I haven't even done it twice. But again, I mean, this isn't the only thing I do, so I don't know how much spare time a lot of these creators have where they're... I definitely gotta get around that. I got something for that. Oh, no, that sucks. I thought I had, my combo. Another thing you guys have noticed too when I swap characters, you see how low my armor and health is? Really low. For example, Rafa, build I got now, for it to hit as hard as it does, I mean, I believe my armor is 17,000. Just, and again, that allows me to take damage, come up and obliterate any type of NPC threat because oh, there you go. Alright. You know, with that amount of survivability, you know, you pop you a triple bypass, and it's over.
Is any fight with me really fair?
I know you guys see me using this sniper here. This is the Stray. I'll get a little bit into what this thing does. I don't really enjoy a lot of snipers with Harlow. And maybe that's just because I haven't run into, I mean, oh, world event. Look at that. Alright. I could have sworn I just cleared this village. We're gonna do this little event right here. For a chance at a legendary.
Crawl away.
Short work of that boss. He didn't last very long. Probably hit up some drill sites too. I think that's what we should probably do.
The end is a promise. To curdle the cream, to silence the echo, to waken from dream. Embrace the end, and you're never alone. It sweetens the blood and softens the stone.
So it was you. The axe, the radio, the waterfall. There's enough evidence to put you away forever, dirtbag.
The sadness.
Looks like a creep.
The sickness. No more bad thoughts. No more bitterness. Forever frozen and free. Forever frozen free. Join me.
Guess he was working on that radio. Wonder what's on it.
Jeez. That's crazy.
The first ray of dawn. The thrill of the flight. Are these the happiest hours of all? Or is it the hope in the deep of the night? The innocent faith before the fall. You've spilled but one drop of my sweetest blood. Now follow me, and I will show you the flood.
So, this guy was just a brainwashed victim. And the killer's still out there. Great. This isn't over. Byron, I killed a psychopath, but I don't think that was the real killer. Trail's gone cold.
Oof. That's tough. So we took out the killer. Well, the psychopath. But he wasn't the killer. Oof. Now, this is for all the Borderlands fans. Like, at the end of the day, how many times have we actually ran up, helped a Samaritan, whether it was in Pandora or Kairos or anywhere else in the universe, and after we finish our quest to help whoever's in dire need, this some bitch turns on us, turns on us and tries to kill us, man. What the fuck? It's like you almost expect it, man. Um, for you to play and just help someone. Like whenever I'm near a quest, especially on my first playthrough, I always got my guard up because it's just so many shady characters in Borderlands that you meet throughout your little journey, and it's just crazy. Um, travel to cliffs. Damn, really? Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's not even it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Um, I'm sorry. I just got thrown off just because I honestly thought that I was done with it. And you know what? That's what happens. I've noticed, and it probably happens to a lot of you guys too, is you'll start a quest, and if you don't finish talking to somebody or turning something in, and you run off to go do something else, the quest is still active, like you didn't do it. And you just have to go back and talk to, whoever you got to talk to in most instances. But I've done that quite a few times where I go back to a quest
Ripper
and I
head, hit the
literally
floor in
like
three,
turn something in or
two,
talk to somebody and the quest is over.
who's ready?
So drop a like and a comment if this has happened to you, man. Because I know if you play this game, this has happened to you. I want to see a couple hundred likes. I'm just saying. Alright, let's get over here. I know Borderlands is not the most entertaining game to watch. I do appreciate those of you that pull up and check out what we got going. I try to make it as interesting as I can. And, we dive into different conversations in regards to the community. Um, and got rippers and gaps over here.
Was that too much?
I'll take that chest. Oh, my backpack is full. Bye-bye. Holy shit.
There's one. Get that fruit.
Get that what? Get the fruit. Oh, this
You're gonna take a lot of bullets, aren't you?
getting me killed, man.
There you go. See? Nothing to it. But yeah, that one's far from fresh. No good for my purposes. Find me another.
See, that's why I didn't take off, because I knew he was going to request for it. Oh, let me get that fruit. You ain't got no teeth. You ain't got no teeth. How are you going to eat the fruit? I'm not going to lie. I don't even see it, man.
Hope you brought your safety goggles.
The hell was that?
Nice. Except the coloration on that one sucks. It's going to have no flavor at all. Try again. Oh, A for effort, though. Grandmammy tried to get Grandpappy to patent the Pappy's helper, but he was never a real entrepreneur. He wasn't no
Give it up,
businessman.
Shannon. Give it up. Tell you what. I think so.
Here we go.
Light work of. Oh, now that was nice.
Exactly as I planned it.
Where is this? It's got to be above me. There's our buddy. Melted. You know what? I gotta get to a safe house. My inventory's been full for some time. All right, we still gotta get 2 more pieces of fruit. There it is.
Man,
I'll
you
take
got some
that.
kind of bad luck, huh? That's the worst one yet.
Should be 1 more. There it is.
Ooh, hoo-hoo. Now that's a beauty. Nice curvature, supple body. Oh yeah, that's the one. Now head on back and let's get started. Hey, what do you think about me naming my moonshine after myself? Is that, what's the word? Pretentious?
Hmm.
Old Shammy's family shine. Not technically poisonous. I don't know. It don't feel right.
It doesn't have me reaching for my wallet. No.
All right, now, we gotta fuss it up a little. Now, we don't need the whole fruit, you see. Just its skin. Bust out the fruit and toss it, would you?
Bust out the fruit and toss it. Whoa.
Give it the old body slam. There you go. Next, we're gonna need a geyser nugget. Oh, not to be confused with guys or nuggets. The chicken restaurant / all-male erotic venue. You know about geysers, ain't you? Big hole that shoots things out of it. Gotta be careful with geyser nuggets. Let one hit the ground, it's likely to blow you higher than that new moon we got now. You'll need to snatch one right out of the air and don't drop it.
You gotta be kidding me. Shammy's got us running all over the damn place.
The family shine ain't never rightly had a name. Hard to market something if nobody knows what to call it. Hey, what if I went the classy route with a sexy one-word name like a shimmer? Y'all had that new shimmer yet? Knock you right on your ass, I'll tell you what. Yeah, nah. Classy ain't exactly the demographic I'm going for here.
This is good. Get all your terrible ideas out of the way first.
Oh, look at all them red dots. Yeesh.
Losing the cannon! Express delivery for Corpse Magoo!
No, you don't.
Tinfoil Brigade busy today! You got it!
Now that's tough. Got your head, but didn't it? Oh,
Not
look at
over.
you. That's cute. Why is there such a large order of orders?
Everyone's with respect! Ooh, this one's real spicy! So tired of murder bots!
Ah, I tried to sideswipe him. Oh, let's go.
Back for another round! Get rowdy!
Oof. Burt Bees be shredding. And I don't know if you guys peeped the magazine count, but my Burt Bees is holding 90 in the magazine, man. Most of these come with, 30, 33, 40. Some of them might be like 46 rounds in a mag. To get your Burt Bees at 90 in the mag? Oh, man. And I've got a few different, still didn't sell my stuff. I got a few different variants of the Burt Bees. Um, uh, is this the one that was like, I remember coming here and activating this a while ago. Yeah, I'll probably come back and do that. I don't feel like dealing with that right now. I'm not gonna lie. Let's finish up our side mission. So much stuff to do, you kind of get lost. You do one thing and you start doing something else. Then you remembered you were doing something else. I probably should do a little bit of looting. Just because we've been burning through ammo like crazy. But because I do use the AR for my second Vault Hunter the most, that's the first weapon talent I made sure that I maxed out. I think that's the only one I have maxed out. So you got to be kidding me. Running all over the place looking for this
There's a
aircraft.
geyser now.
I think this geyser's a little backed up. Clinched.
I reckon it's fit to burst. Just needs a little coaxing. Shake the ground, and it'll release the goods.
That was terrible.
Oh yeah, I feel the earth unflinching beneath me.
Quit! Bring it on back now. Don't drop it now, unless you want to go all the way back for another anyway.
No, thank you. This looks like a radioactive piece of liver. Oh, we just discovered a location. So that's why I don't understand why people with four characters say they don't have nothing to do. I got so much to do. And again, I only have 2 playthroughs. 2 Vault Hunters. I don't understand how. We got people in the community. They got 4 Vault Hunters. If they could make 6, they would.
Dadgummit, that's rotten luck. Rotten smell, too. Woohoo! Best hightail it back to the geyser and get another.
No. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. That was accidental. I did not mean to. Oh, look at this one. The first one was like pink and purple. This one is off-white and white. Alright, we'll make sure that we don't. Wait a minute. It's got to be a red. Oh, I didn't realize that it's got to be a specific one. I just thought they would just grab anyone. Okay.
Bring it on back now.
There we go.
Don't drop it now, unless you want to go all the way back for another anyway.
You done already had me running all over the damn place. I'll try my hardest not to smack him with a piece of liver. Ran up on him and slapped him in the back of the head.
Okie doke. Now, last thing on the menu is a little tricky. We need a scent gland from one of those manglers you'll see gadding about. Well, go on now. Get at it.
Ooh, I love a challenge. So much, in fact, that I'll go ahead and get you more than one scent gland. I'll get you a bunch.
Looks like we got some Nat Geo type shit going down. Got the wild dogs and the hyenas going at it.
Don't fret now, that thing's got 8 more lives. Unless you counted on the last one, in which case, good riddance. Now bring it.
Oh, I mapped that out perfectly.
This gland is your gland. This gland is my gland. And we're gonna use it. for Pappy's cure it. And when it's finished, I'm gonna be rich. Ooh, this gland's the last thing that I need. Man,
Somebody tell
that felt
Shammy to
expensive.
shut the hell up.
Okay, now let's get to brewing. Recipe says to mash up the scent gland with the seed. Really get those juices all over the geyser nugget, too. That'll make it stick real good.
I don't know about you guys, but Shammy is really pissing me off. Got a lot of requests on here.
There we go. That should knock the stink off of pangolin and take it bowling. Not all my charming southern phrases make sense. Let's test it out. Couple drunks usually post up near the river to get saucy on my shine. Make a hell of a racket. Used to run 'em off, but drunk as they get off one swig of wasty face, they never remember. Right back the next night. Wasn't worth the trouble. Decided to call the stuff wasty face, by the way. Catchy, easy to remember, and let you know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Wasty face. Get face.
You know, the only thing that I hate about certain objectives in the game when they have you carry something from one side
Yeah,
all the
there
way
they
to the
are
next.
again. Not to speak ill of my customer base, but just look at them idiots. Consorting with rippers and not even... Hey, you done it! Now you gotta shoot a hole in the keg. But not until you get all them drunkards underneath it.
I'll just borrow that mic and make a quick announcement.
Alright, we're about to make an announcement.
Hey, party people! What's better than a keg stand? A Shiner Silk, of course! Gather round, gather round!
Now shoot!
You spiked the alcohol. We're gonna get all the town folk drunk. Oh,
Never sober up a drunk ripper.
that's right. Yeesh.
Another shot for another shot.
Now, they shouldn't have snaked me like that. Huh? I thought we were all here to have a good time. I guess I was wrong. Oh, he's got that damn orb.
head.
Phew! That was a close one. Now, who needs a drink?
I'd love to get comfortably sauced, but this keg ain't it. Let's go see what old Sammy's got on offer.
Good news! Several customers are headed back your way. Neutral news, none of them are rippers. Sorry.
Shame to lose paying customers, rippers or no. But you did it, Vault Hunter. When I finally buy me a boat, I'm gonna name it after you. Say, what is your name anyways?
Harlow. Oh, can you name it Harlow? Can she go? I love a good pun name for a boat.
Consider it done. Hey, I know it's rough out there, so if you ever need to take the edge off, you know where to find me.
Alright. What left do we got here? Got a broadcast. Echo and a quest. You know what? Let me get to a safe house so I can get rid of some items and figure out just where the hell are we going. Maybe open up some caches, man. Again, we're gonna do some of everything. Did a little bit of bossing. Although the mini bosses that we fought weren't very challenging, you know.
Down the fade fields, gambling.
Another thing that we kind of should touch on, man, is incentives in the game to play on harder difficulties.
I'm not trying to be funny,
Now,
but where would you keep it at all?
unlike a lot of fanboys for different titles, excuse me, I'm not gonna be one to sit here and say that something or everything about something is good, and it's not. It's really hard to find any game where they check every box. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. The game runs smooth, it performs smooth, the community is in check, there's balances and update, there's plenty of DLC content. There's not a whole lot of games who, you know, shout out to Passive who just pulled up. Hey, if you guys just pulled up, don't forget to drop a like. Go ahead and help the content, man. Push this stuff out into the algorithm. We are talking and discussing things that are very relative or relevant, I should say. And by the way, guys, I'm tired. I'm tired. So if I stumble on some words, no, I'm not drunk. No, I'm not impaired. I'm not intoxicated. I'm just super fucking tired. Okay. I got about 5 hours of sleep the previous night. I've been up and ripping and running and ripping and running, so I'm running on fumes. However, because I haven't done a stream, I haven't showcased. I don't know if I've showcased any of my second Vault Hunter yet, but just wanted to get on here and discuss some issues. Um, give the Borderland devs and 2K their flowers for things they did right, and kind of mention a few things that they kind of could improve, and things that maybe they didn't do so well, right? So hearing it from someone who's non-biased, um, you know you're always gonna get it. Like you're gonna get the real deal. Um, I'm not paid or sponsored by anyone on here, so again, I don't have to watch what I say. I don't have to play nice if I don't want to. Although we are, this is not to bash or knock the community in any type of way. One moment, and I will address that passive. I got you. Um, Faster wants to know how to farm enhancements. We'll get into that too, because that seems to be a very big issue. Um, Damn. See passive. I was on a roll here. Um, and where was we going? See, and this is why a lot of us creators, when we're talking about something, we'll continue to talk and then we'll revisit the question because it just throws us off, especially when we have things that we want to discuss. And then in my case, I'm handicapped because I'm a little tired, right? So, um, I think we were talking about, things they did well. Oh, incentive for playing on harder difficulties. Um, it just from UVH 1 to UVH 5, the loot quality is identical. Now, there have been talks that there's higher percentage of firmware on pieces of gear. I don't know. There's a few people who have farmed 500 bosses, 500 drill sites, 500 this, and they've got some pretty compelling numbers and stats of that nature. But again, am I gonna farm something 500 times to try to get a consensus of a percentage on a particular drop? No. Um, Depending on how quickly I'll farm a boss will determine how much time I spend. Usually, it's not how many times I'll kill a boss. I'll usually set like a certain duration. So if I want to spend an hour on this boss, go to another boss, spend an hour, another. I don't want to farm the same boss for 6 hours. Have I? Not quite 6 hours, but I've farmed. Yes, I have farmed bosses for hours in Borderlands. So it's not fun. It's repetitive. You're looking for a specific role, specific drop.
Dictators
Um,
get all the coolest tech, and the
it
only
kind of
thing we
makes
do with it is kill. Like,
the
come
chances
on.
of you getting what
Where's
you
all the
want
imagination?
dramatically drop. So again, incentives for playing on harder difficulties that needs to somehow, some way be implemented, and we know that they have a way of doing this because they did it in Borderlands 3, right? So we don't think that they're that incompetent to have it in a previous game and then not have the capability to do it in the new upcoming game. That would be, that's like the previous title being backwards compatible and then the newer title only being, you know. So again, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A lot of players, including myself, kind of scratching our heads like, the roll should be a little higher. Um, Chances of getting a fourth manufactured part on your weapon should also be increased. Um, when you're on, UVH 4 and 5, my opinion, when they add 6, maybe just have it 5 and 6. 1 and 2 will have a bracket, 3 and 4 will have a bracket, and 5 and 6 will have a bracket. And include firmware, enhancements, player mods. The percentage for all of those items should go up, not just the roles. Now, there have been talks that some content creators have said that we should do certain activities that grants us anywhere from 75% to 100% of a role. Oh no, I'm sorry, not of a role, but of an enhancement. Excuse me. I don't know many looter shooters, even ones that aren't taken as serious as, let's say, a Borderlands game. I don't know many titles where you do an activity and you're guaranteed an item. You know, myself and a lot of others around me, we all come from Division. It's third person open world. I not really apocalyptic, but kind of headed, you know, to that type of thing with special abilities and a whole bunch of other factors. And some of the percentages we have in that game, if you play, Destiny, Division, um, any other open world game, that has PvE and PvP, you'll know that the drop rates for some of those games is 0.2, 0.3%. That's a third of 1%. So when I heard people saying 75 and 100, I'm like, bro, first of all, I don't think Gearbox is that slow. Even to some of the bigger names that cover this game, I don't think they're going to ever put it at 75%. That's 3 out of 4. You run something 4 times, 3 times you have an enhancement. That's just, bro, we'll all have enhancements within a month. We'd have every enhancement in the game. Nobody will play because let's face it, right now, enhancements and character mods are probably the last 2 things that people are kind of grinding for to get their last pieces. They may already have the piece, but maybe they don't have the role that they want. They want a particular, specific role, and it's harder to farm them. Besides, again, what we already know. Now, this is kind of why I wanted to tell you to give me a moment, Passive, because I was actually going to touch on that. I mean, pause. Your comment as far as how we get enhancements, that also ties into the whole conversation of there not being any incentive to play on the harder levels. You understand? Um, if there was something that would target um, harder levels and the reward would then in return be enhancements, it would help. Now, I'm not by no means calling for a 75% to 100% drop rate. I mean, that is fucking nuts for any open world looter shooter. That's a really high drop rate. Again, I come from games where there's a point 0.3 chance of you getting an exotic and or legendary. Same thing, different verbiage. You understand? So when I heard that we had people in the community calling for 75% drop rate, and in one instance, I believe someone even said 100%. So they want a guaranteed drop rate once you complete an activity for an enhancement. Just me being a competitor, I think that's crazy. Again, we would all have all of the enhancements less than a month. I don't even play all the time. Again, I'm not even at 300 hours, and there's just no way that, like, again, if they want you to, yeah, you guys got to understand from the devs point, if they want the player base to play and continue to play and grind and farm these items, they're not going to give us a 75 to 100% drop rate. If they do, I would be super shocked, and I'd be the first to admit, hey, I was wrong. I didn't think they were going to do it because I just think that number is just ridiculously high. Again, you guys tell me a looter shooter, an open world looter shooter, that grants you 75% to 100%, not just for one item, for one completion, because there is a such thing on Division where if you actually finish a particular item at the end of the season, you're guaranteed one exotic item. In Borderlands, this would be equivalent to a legendary item. You get that one time. Then after that, the drop rate is significantly reduced, and you'll get the same drop rate as all the other items. So again, I don't quite agree with 75 to 100%. I respect everyone's opinion, their thoughts and how they feel. Me personally, from a realistic standpoint, by no means am I saying I'm a developer or uh, any type of tech geek, by no means. But for them to put it at between 75 and 100% for enhancements, when they know that's really the last piece, that's the most sought out piece of gear on people's builds that they're seeking, I don't, you know, honestly, I would be happy if it was a 25% chance. That's 1 in 4. That's a 1 in 4. 1 in 4 drop rate is not bad at all. 75% is crazy. 100%. Again, unless it's the first playthrough and you get rewarded for doing whatever said activity, I can understand that. But to just have any legendaries in here that just give you 100% on enhancements, it's crazy. I don't think they're that naive. I don't think they're gonna do that. Again, they think the player base is slow now. It'll really dry up in about 2 3 months if they do that. Because let's be honest, a lot of us get back on to farm enhancements. And that's one of the reasons why we're going to end up hitting one of these Ripper sites momentarily. That's the reason. It's to farm enhancements. Now, because I know Borderlands can sometimes be a bit of a drag for some of you guys, yeah, and I'm talking about the people who play. Um, what I typically would do is I won't continuously stay in the same environment, same area for an extended period of time. I'll go from one site to the next site, one boss to the next boss. And I do this to increase the different legendaries that I get. If you're only doing one activity or farming uh, one location, your loot pool is going to be dramatically decreased. So, to give my chance at while we're sitting here, take you guys to the vault. Now, I want you guys to know something right now. This is Dom's vault. And you see in here, it's not a legendary in this game we don't have. You understand. And I'm not talking modded weapons. I'm not talking about something I made on my PC and ported it over here or had someone drop this for all my weapons. All of them, all my legendaries are legit. I can go to every one, show you every stat, every talent, every single one. And I tell you what, just like a lot of you other guys who, you know, have some of these crazy weapons, there's plenty of people who will drop them for those of you who seek them. Now, again, me personally, I like to get on here, do my 1 2, um, beat on the NPCs. I don't really need to, 'cause some of those weapons are crazy, man. I've seen some of them that have damn near every talent in the game. You fire one round and the whole screen just like what the it's crazy. Like, it's gonna break the game. So I'm not really interested in that. And that's what we kind of touched on earlier in the stream when we were discussing, people play how they want to play. You know what? I was also talking to a few different people in regards to PvP possibly being introduced in Borderlands. The only way I see it happening, and this is a legit idea. So if any of the bigger content creators happen to run across this, or you guys want to clip this and send this to them, this is straight from down. Check this out. They don't even have to give us a map or an arena. Just like how we load into the weekly missions, we can load in to one of those areas. Um, Whether it's one of the vault areas, or I was even thinking a Ripper site because there's so many of them throughout the map. There's no design that needs to be done. You put anywhere between 8 to 12 of us out there, random weapons, random everything's random. So all the pieces of gear you normally get, it would be random. So when you go out, you loot, you'd have a possibility to get this. You have other players. I think it should be PvP, because the way you'd obtain the gear is from drops and killing NPCs, and then of course taking out other vault hunters. Now that's something that can realistically be done. Probably, I don't know if they have the capabilities to do it for this game. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know just how much they can add to what they've already released. But if possible, I wouldn't mind seeing PvP in Borderlands. even if it's not taking it serious right away, it's a starting point, and then it gives us something else to do in game. There's been talks and mentions of Malawan takedowns and you know other types of raid bosses, and that's all cool. I've got nothing against any of that, but to actually have a PvP mode in there would be really nice. I would like that. So, you know, any of you bigger channels, pick this up. Want to use my idea? Don't forget to shout it out. Again, um, I've even mentioned how they can do it, which parts of the maps they can do, um, as far as how would the loot be distributed between all the vault hunters. Hey, like, there's not too much I haven't answered. Again, it just comes down to the ones and O's. If they can figure that out, it'd be something cool. Imagine how many people would come back just to, come out here and then have all types of, cool, weird incentives and exclusives that you only get from doing these types of activities. It would make people say, "Hey, let me go out here and experiment, you know, uh, get a new build, try this out, try these weapons out, pit your skills up against someone else's skills and see what happens." Now, again, this may not be something that we can do even in this Borderlands, but let's be honest. The systems are getting stronger. They're not getting weaker, they're getting stronger. They're able to handle more. Um, Internet connection is advancing. So there's not too many things that really don't kind of go in our favor as far as modern day gaming. So we'll be able to push these systems harder than we've ever pushed them before. And to have them come out and add something like that in Borderlands that could possibly break the internet. Think about how many people would play this game. Doesn't matter how it looks. We know what they kind of went for the more animated look, but it's always been that way. It's not because the graphics are ass. That's just how Borderlands looks. If Borderlands released a game that looked like Division, it wouldn't be Borderlands. It would just have the title. So they don't want to stray away from their identity. Even if you look at the first one compared to the newest installment, you can easily look at both of them. The characters and, even early programming that they use and say, oh, those games are related. This is a much earlier copy, that being Borderlands 1, but you can easily tell that these games use very similar, if not identical, coding when it came to producing these titles. So yeah, Gearbox, we'd like some incentive to play UVH5. Um, I've got a second character here. I have no interest in playing UVH5 with my second character because there's no incentive. It's not because I can't do it. Even the build that she has, I've got under 40 hours played with her. So under 40 hours played with her. Rafa, I've got about, let me see, I got about like 230. This is what I'm saying. I'm not even at 300. I just put 300 in the title because it was, I'm not going to put, I'm at 282. I just put 300. So I'm at 300 hours, basically. I've experimented with 5 different builds, 2 different boat hunters on my second playthrough. And I know a little bit of ish to, talk my shit. This is, excuse me, includes a vast variety of weaponry, rep kits, shields, character mods, enhancements, certain things I was kind of sleep on, but again, because there's so much stuff in this game, even for experienced Vault Hunters and Borderlands 3, which I would like to put myself in that category. Now, if you've never seen any of my Borderlands 3 content, go back and check it out. It's worth a while, man. those streams were pretty dope. We had fun. You don't have to watch it from beginning to end, but I did stream Borderlands 3 on both Mayhem 10 and 11, which, if you don't know, those are the two hardest difficulties in that game. They kind of ditched the Mayhem, the whole Mayhem stuff, and went with Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which is UVH. So UVH and Mayhem, from my understanding, same thing, different verbiage. So I am expecting them bare minimum to have 10 levels of Ultimate Vault Hunter, 6 being released. I'm not sure if it's this week or next week, but 6 is on the horizon. I mean, it's pretty close to being released. So we'll have 6 really soon. I'm looking forward to it. Um, but again, you see an array of different weapons here. Um, every single legendary in the game, I have that. Every single one. Weapons, that is. And I think nades. I might can say the same thing for nades as well for ordnances. No, because some of them I did get rid of. I'm not gonna lie. I try to keep at least one legendary of every weapon. The potato thrower is kind of like it's kind of like teetering between like, do I find value in it? And then there's a few other ones. The potato launcher is not even a worse. Um, there's a few weapons that I'm just like, what the hell? But if you know anything about Borderlands, you know that they do buff and nerf and have the ability to just flat out get rid of weapons. There was a weapon earlier. I had actually got it earlier in the game. I think first week of the game being released, and on the stats it had like a little negative dash. You know, no zero, no nothing, just a little negative dash. They ended up taking that gun out of the game. So if you had it in your inventory or in your bank, it was removed. I can't think of the. If anybody knows the name of that gun they took out, put it in the comments, man. 'Cause I'm not even gonna lie, I don't even know. But I did have the weapon. They didn't only remove it from my inventory, but anyone that had this weapon, well, they went in and they took it. So we know they can buff weapons. We know they can nerf weapons. They can buff and nerf gear. So you may have something that's total ass, and it gets a crazy buff. Um, some of the ones that are notable mentions. Let me see. Um, it's a few that recently got buffed. What are we looking at? Oh, the Bonnie and Clyde. The Bonnie and Clyde got buffed. The Agent's Dream got buffed. Uh, there's a small handful that got buffed. Then there's some that got nerfed, or certain mechanics that was being abused for damage output. A lot of those have been fixed. That these would be things like with the Catawaga's Revenge, Complex Root, and a few others. Um, the Kickballer, and see all these weapons that I just named to you. I used the Catawaga's Revenge earlier on, but I didn't know that people had it set up to where it can constantly ricochet those orbs, and they just keep feeding off of each other. Like I wasn't, you know what I mean? I wasn't tapped in apparently. So that kind of sucks. That got nerfed. I didn't get a chance to abuse that. Not that I would have wanted to anyway. I like to I like to use stuff in the game that's gonna be here in 6 months. That's why there's certain glitch builds and there's certain other builds that they have, um, where they're manipulating something. I don't prefer those builds because when it's fixed, if and when it's fixed, you're gonna be up shit's creek without a paddle. You understand? That's where you're headed because you ran around with these overpowered abilities that aren't even accessible to get regularly, but you got it because you found a little loophole, you know, and now you're in a situation where you can't use it or you don't have it. And now it's like you're a new player. Green. Trust me, you don't want to be green, man. You want to go out here, you want to put belt to ass, whether it's against another player or an NBC. We're talking Borderlands 4, so obviously we're talking about some NBCs. But you want to be able to go out here and perform at a high level without, um, exploits. Now again, you guys don't beat me up in the comments saying, "Oh, John, you're picking on the people. Let us play how we wanna." Hey, bro, I said that earlier. You guys play how you wanna play. I'm not campaigning for nothing to happen to you guys, or you know, I'm just saying from my experience. Um, Again, my second character, Harlow, she's not even 40 hours in, and she's able to take on any content, any boss, any drill site, by herself, with only being 30 something hours in. So, and this is without glitching. Again, I've showed my weapons, showed my build, showed the time played. Again, you guys are looking at the vault here. Got quite a bit of shit in there. See, we got the Burt Bees, second row. Um, and this is after I had cleaned up, everything that we got here. I probably got rid of, just within the last week, probably a couple hundred legendaries last week or so. Just to give you a perspective. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. So yeah, incentive is kind of something that I kind of wish they would figure out a way of how to factor that in. Because if that's the case, everyone's just going to stay on UVH 1. There's no point to go to 5. Now, now I'll play on 5 just for the challenge. So when 6 comes out, it's not like, those that don't play on UVH at all, those are going to be the people who have a very hard time when 6 comes out because they've spent so much time. You know what? Let me go to the black market real quick. Go to the black market. So again, I don't know what you guys have in your machines. In mine, I have the Cinder Shelly and a pistol. Now, again, you guys remember those numbers I told you for my new character? 2,000 for her shield, um, 5,000 for her health. Look at the difference between the survivability on Rafa compared to Harlow. 17,000, bro. It's a tank. And for me to hit as hard as I do, so two different play styles, man. Um, two amazing characters. If you want to challenge yourself, um, Rafa's probably has the most diverse builds, from what I understand. Out of the four Vault Hunters. Let's see what we got. Alright, our first Cinder Shelley's got Glass, Fleeting, and Utility. Alright, this one's got Spike and Trigger Happy. This one's got Capacity and Fleeting. Which Capacity is not bad. Capacity is really good to have. Especially if you're going for those tankier builds. Yeah, I'm not fitting in this one. I'm just saying. This one's not bad. And see, I already have plenty of Queen's Rest, I'm not gonna lie. This one's got a COV license mag. Just not interested in those now. Spike is not bad to have. I was kind of hoping for Enraged. This one's not bad either, though, man. It's got Fleeting and Utility in it. So it basically comes down, do I want Capacity or do I want Utility? I think I'd take Capacity over Utility, even though this one does have 15% resistance to corrosion. I still think this is a better one, just as far as talents are concerned. I mean, this would be really good just because I got additional movement speed for Rafa anyway. This one's got movement. And the utility is okay to have. One thing you also want to do, man, is you want to make sure, and again, you see I have no problem when I'm down using these shoes. See that increased movement speed? Ridiculous. Alright, we can swap characters now. Okay. So I figured that was a good time to go ahead and check the black market. I do that when I'm doing a playthrough. I will check the black market machine if I've got something worth keeping. Now, the Cinder Shelley, I don't really use it very often. But it is something that I like to work in a few builds. Let me just make sure there's anything we want to grab out of here. Okay. So there's a few items we kind of wanted to put up. Now there was another one that I had that was like this, but I have to find it. This is definitely not it. I'm gonna put this up. Mm. Now you know what's crazy? I really and what I may end up doing in the future is making Harlow another build that's really not centered around high RPM. Um, Having that high RPM for my current setup is very vital. Um, it's how I get my skills back. So having, anything like a rainbow vomit, 6 in the mag, it's not gonna do me any good. You guys saw we were shredding them with this bird bees. Now for this character, obviously I use bird bees quite a bit. I kind of favored, I favor the one with shot a little bit more. Then I favor this one. This one comes with a flamethrower, Hyperion, and Ripper license parts. This one comes with Torque, Taser, and Hyperion license parts. So don't really perform the same way. Again, I got 90 in my magazine. Remember I told you guys, you see them normally with, 30, 40, 50 rounds. Again, got 41 in this one, 53 in this one. But because of the current bill that I have constructed, I'm able to get 90 plus rounds in my bird beef, which is just ridiculous. Same situation for my Chaosin. Get about 90 rounds for that as well. This one comes with Torque stickies, so just just disgusting damage. Get rid of this damn potato launcher. I think what I'm gonna do, I might grab one of my convergences. Kind of see where, because convergence is really good for Harlow. Um, Again, a lot of weapons that have a large mag size with a decent fire rate is really gonna be what you want to go for. Now, I haven't experienced all 3 of her skill trees fully, but I do have points in all 3 of her skill trees. So, um, you know what? It's 21 in the mag. This one only got 12. 12, 15, 21. This is another weapon that I'm kind of curious about. It comes with a talent called Mutilism. And basically, on auto reload or every kill that you get a few bonuses. One being 15% damage, and the other one being, oh, that's a minus. Oh, you lose accuracy with the anarchy. See, I didn't know that. I thought you got plus 15 damage and plus 15 accuracy. So you get increased damage, but your accuracy is hindered. And see, my Rafa Ricochet build that I've got constructed, the one I'm using now, it's got there's a talent on the red tree where you lose weapon handling, but you get a decent amount of damage. I'm not was not interested in that. And see, that's where a lot of people kind of shoot themselves in the foot. They see a talent or perk that gives them damage, and it may take away something, and they'll take the handicap for the little bit of damage instead of choosing a different option where you're not penalized for doing set actions. And see, I got my weapon handling and fuck ton of damage. A lot of other people, they may have the same damage, in some cases less damage, with this talent being equipped because there's other items that they didn't equip. And now you're severely hindered because you've got negative 40% weapon handling because you wanted a little bit more damage. Not interested. Um, Here's a few of my kickballers, man. One's got the energy disc, one's got the beam tosser. Uh, this one's got Hyperion, Ripper, and Malawan parts. Just nasty work. Two of them happen to be shock. This one is incinerary and corrosion, thanks to that Malawan part. Now these two shotguns, the Embrace, and I'm not even gonna attempt to. No way. These two though, I haven't really used very much of. There goes, my rainbow vomits. Few bots. The AC May is another one that I haven't really experimented with a lot. This one fires a harpoon that deals 1836 damage. Sounds kind of low for a underbarrel, I guess. I kind of want to grab one of these bods because I don't believe I have one for Now there's another build that Harlow has, and this is for all my Harlow users, all my Gravitars out there. Um, I haven't seen much content on it, but she's got things in her skill tree where she actually gets additional cryo damage. Again, cryo is probably the status that I use the least. And I would say radiation, but I use that a lot on Harlow, man. She's got radiation built all in her skill tree. Um, Same thing, but with Rafa. Rafa, I had shock and corrosion. I don't think I'm gonna spec too much into cryo unless I have a build that's kind of focused all around cryo. But I don't know how that's gonna do. Um, Cryo doesn't pair up well against shields. So, and there's a lot of archetypes in the game that have shields, particularly the order forces. Most of them have blue and yellow bars. So you're going to run into a lot of shields. And cryo is not very good for shields. So you could build radiation into the build and shock. So you have cryo, radiation, and shock. And that's kind of like the direction I'm thinking about going when it comes to making um a new Harlow build, but I'm just having so much fun with this second one. I don't think I'm gonna change it anytime soon. There's really no reason for me to at this point. You know. Um Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna go shock or am I gonna go shock or incinerary. I could go cry. I don't want to go cryo though. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the incinerary is it hits slightly harder. They both got 6 in the mag. This one's secondary is assault rifle. Personally, I would have liked an SMG one, but I mean, it is what it is. It's what 297. It's supposed to be, and it's funny because this is the gun I'm supposed to be getting, and here I am looking at the damn bods. This is probably my hardest hidden one right here, though. This is just ridiculous. Alright, so we're just gonna grab that one and probably gonna grab a convergence as well. But just grab the bot out of our bank. Uh, you know what? I could take this one and then just swap out. What do you guys think of the Gore Master, man? This one has a much larger magazine at 25 to 10. Let me see. Try it out. If I don't like it, um, put it back. Let's go grab this other one. We'll put that back. I don't like having more than 30 items on me. If I can get my inventory down to uh, 25 and under, that's definitely acceptable for me. Queen's Rest, 7 cents. I'm not gonna lie. For Harlow, I don't really enjoy the pistol builds that much, man. I don't enjoy the pistol builds that much for Harlow. Um, ARs, SMGs, and even this stray does phenomenal. Now, what I was thinking too, I could grab, because I got a few weapons with, oh, those are shields. Let me see. Got to know what you're looking for, man. There's a lot of stuff in the game. Got to know what you're looking for. Okay. Oh, we got COVs too. So all these are duct tape and smelter? No, I got cold open and ventilator. Now this stagnant glacier is not bad. I'm thinking about grabbing this. Comes with 2 talents. The first one being cold open. Guns with COV license magazine gain 20% damage when below 50% heat. So that's right when you're under half of your mag, you're gonna be dealing 20% extra damage. The other talent is called ventilator. This is guns with COV license magazine have a 25% chance to cause 0 heat when firing. Oh my god. Gun damage is also increased by 25%. Gun accuracy is at 50%. Yeah. Yeah. And see, this is what's so hard, and it's so hard to get enhancements like this. You guys are like, oh, you're so bro. I've had so many of these things. I've run through so many enhancements. It getting them is tough. This is why you still see a lot of purples. Um, we're gonna take this. Um, damn, I don't have any. That's crazy. God damn it, crit damage. Reload, crit damage, mag, gun status, effect damage. That's not the one I wanted. I didn't want short circuit. I think high roller is probably one of the better ones to go for, especially if you have a Harlow build that focuses on RPM and large magazine. This would be ideal if that splash damage was like, let's say, mag size. I'll even take the 50% over the splash damage. That's okay. Gun splash radius. Which would be good for the Wombo? Because a Wombo would get all three. And I do. You know what? We're going to take this one too. Alright, let's go to the ones that we have equipped. This Theodore one is good, but the only Theodore that I find myself using is the Chuck. And I don't use it very often. Uh, 331. Alright, let's put this one up. So we grabbed some new weapons. Grab some new shotties, some new legendary shotties. Did we? Why do we have the Rowans? I don't understand. And this is not one of my better ones either. I may end up selling this. Let's see, we got the Asians. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like when you're trying to scroll and look over, the way this pops up, it's really annoying, especially when you're trying to look at something in the middle, like right here. Any of these three items in the middle here, it's what they need to do is when you hover over the item should pop up in the lower right corner, because to the left you have this row of information, the different tags that probably nobody even fucking uses. So this drop down box can either A, be eliminated and put on the bottom of the screen right next to mark all filtered and deposit all filtered, because there's no reason for this stuff here to even be here. When you click on the item, the drop down box or the overview of the item should either pop up again right here on the left, because you can actually take this row here and you can condense it and make it half of the screen, and then this box can take up the remaining amount and just be able to scroll down. You guys that take my ideas, I'm not gonna get mad at you. Just pay a little homage, maybe mention my name. Hey, shout out Dom, he mentioned this. This would work. It won't break the game. Doesn't take a lot of ones and zeros to complete. Very simple. Um, you know, that type stuff. Again, we are gonna do some drill sites. Um, I'm short on some ordinances, so what we may end up doing, yeah, Sorry guys, I'm just looking at my inventory here. I got, as you can see, quite a few items. So we got two. You know what? I honestly thought. Now, here's the crazy part. Now you're asking yourself, well, why would I grab this Ripper enhancement over this one? This one's got shotgun accuracy and gun ADS proficiency, which is not bad if you're going to be shooting. I mean, I got 40%. I got weapon handling built into my build, so that's not bad. It's not a lose lose. You know, you got gun ADS proficiency stacked with the shotgun accuracy. Those both equivalent to weapon handling. Um, so that's something that would also be good. You also get freeloader, which Um, you don't get on the purple enhancement. You could, but it's gonna roll with one, one talent on the purple, two talents on the legendaries. So they both have high roller, which again we kind of touched on earlier. Guns with Ripper license parts increase your weapon damage, so that basically just means shoot your weapon, don't switch targets, shoot your weapon until the target is eliminated, and you can get up to an extra 50% damage if doing this correctly. However, you also get a talent called Freeloader, which is guns with Ripper license parts have a 30% chance to instantly refill its magazine when empty. Now, this means you can't reload. So you gotta, if you're like me and you don't like to let your mags run low, you know, if I've got 20, 30, you know, like for example, right now I'm using the flank, by far probably my favorite weapon with Harlow. And sometimes I'll have 20, 30 rounds in the mag. And if I don't see, you know, any NPCs, or if they're like quite a distance, they're quite a ways, they're not, you know, they're a threat, but they're not a immediate threat, I'll reload. And then upon reloading, by the time they get anywhere where they're a significant threat, guess what? I got 170 bullets in the mag now. Let's go. You know? And then I'm going to hit you with the Chrome Accelerator, which is going to boost my radiation damage through the roof. You're going to get melted. So again, if you guys see me using a weapon that you guys have used and you say, well, my weapon doesn't hit like that. Well, you got to look at, did you build around that weapon? You understand? And I'll eventually, what I'll end up doing, um, is I'll do a build breakdown, um, on my new Rafa build, and I'll even dive into Harlow's build because Harlow's much newer. Again, she's just hitting 40 hours, bro. She's just hitting 40 hours, and she's got setups that people would have had if they was farming day one with her. Okay, so this has got COB and Ripper. This one does not have Ripper. So that mod that I just grabbed would really only be good for. I'm gonna try this weapon out, man, because I'm still kind of undecided. I never hear anybody talk about this weapon, which makes me think. Oh, this thing's all over the place. I never hear anybody talking about this golden god ever. Which leads me to believe that it's really not all that good. It might be mediocre at best. Comes with a talent called Rage. When overheating, the bullfrog does not break, but instead continuously consumes greater amounts of ammo. You know, I was thinking about this a while ago. There's a certain, I believe it's an enhancement that counters. the gun heating up, but I don't have no idea what it is. Doesn't help that I'm smoking right now. Um, I don't know. I'll give it a whirl, man. This is another weapon I've just been using recently, plasma coil. Heard a lot of good things about it. Maybe I need to use it more. I don't think this is, you know. Personally, I like the Hellfire, the Burt Bees, and the KOs, and I think those are some of the best SMGs in the game. If you ask me, the Onslaught, I don't use the Onslaught enough. I thought it would have been nice because it's got a large mag size, but when I used it, I didn't have a very good time. So maybe I'll give it another whirl and see what's going on. I don't know, man. But finding the right weapons to fit your character, to fit the build, is a task. But when done correctly, boy, are you appreciative. Tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna check these ordinances, see what we need. I think I need some bullets to spare and maybe some Deadeye. Not 100%. I think I might be good on Deadeye. Let me see. Okay, so rep kits. I'm already seeing a couple. I usually don't like to have more than 2 or 3 of the same firmware. I find it when you have 4, 5, and 6 of the same thing for the firmware, you kiss your legendaries goodbye. You ain't gonna have many in there. It's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Oh, and Rafa has a really nice ordnance build too, where his grenade damage is just. But again, to me, that's not fun. Just me throwing grenades and watching the screen light up, and that doesn't do a whole lot for me, man. I want to shoot. I want to shoot my weapon. Um, yeah. See, I am gonna. Yeah, I got a couple of dead eyes. I need to get me. Looks like I need bullet to spare. I may also need some heating up. And these are rep kits. Okay. Let me see. Grab some ammo. Clear the box. And nothing of use there. Also, just a quick reminder when you guys are running around checking these vending machines, every now and again you'll find a diamond in the rough. Every now and again. I bought items like the sideshow, um, multiple different shields, and fucking player mines all out of these machines. Be sure to check the ones with the shields too, man. The meds machine. This is where you're gonna find your legendary rep kits and your legendary shields. And I bought a few out of here as well. They're usually like 1.4, 1.6 mil. So.
Remember, mental health.
Okay. We got a few caches here. You see how we came back to put things in the bank. Then we came to compare and contrast items in the bank. Um, then we had a little mini conversation. Right. Now we're opening caches. Talks and mention of going to the damn trail site. Um, Let's see here. Excuse me. So this one. So you know what's crazy? You get the gun down. I just realized High Roller doesn't state that you have to even hit the target. You get stacks just for shooting. Period. Oh man. So we've got Ripper on here. We've got Ripper on here. And what we got here? Shotgun accuracy ADS. So we got more damage on this one, there's no doubt about it. Took a second shot. So this one they want me to shoot to empty. This one I get crit damage, gun damage, and splash. I'm not even really well the Wombo. This don't even have splash. See, the Jacobs has been working really good because you get the gun damage, we get the splash radius, and we get the mag size. What's the mag size? It's just fucking phenomenal. I wish I had mag size on one of these. Because I'm going to tell you, it's a big difference of...
Important, but also not my problem.
When you're running around with 150 plus shots in your AI, and you're shredding shit because you got multiple talents going at the same time, it's a different type of feeling. So Thresher is the thing of the week, which I believe, I don't think Thresher has anything of use for me. What I'd like to see is there any sites? I believe I hit all the trio sites to the northeast. There's an order bunker here. Sounds like a plan to me.
Be a rough time.
And we haven't been to this bunker with this character. As you saw, it's blue, it's not green. Oh, damn it. I was supposed to grab a... Of course, I don't have any spares on me. Alright.
Load him up and let him fly.
Give me a second here, gang. Before we get out here. Knock out this order bunker. Alright. Looks like we got a ways to go. Wait, did we put our hold on. Alright, yeah, I said we're gonna give this a go. Okay. Oh, I don't like that camo though. That's tough. Thought I changed that.
Snuggle up, snuggle up.
This thing is no stability. That's not very nice. I mean, it's got some decent damage, but it's taking me too long to get my stuff back, man.
Here we go. Another robot with nothing left to do but fight. Woo!
I done burned through all my damn ammo.
Insurance isn't gonna pay for that.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to cut this down a bit. Okay, my initial thoughts, man. Not the best handling at all. Yeah, not good. Not good. And then I burned through all my damn ammo. I'm gonna have to switch weapon types. Put an SMG on. Chaosin or Burt Bees. I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember how to unlock
Okay,
this
new kill priority.
bunker, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of exploring, because I do not know where the hell I'm going. But we'll figure it out, as we always do. Oh. Alright, we're going. Can somebody tell me what the hell that was? Should have grabbed the Hellfire. It's been a while since I've used that gun.
I'm not usually one for pickup lines.
Oh, did I? Wow. And see the bad. Yes, I don't think the.
Fiery cannon! Good thing that's over with.
Time to turn on. No way. No way.
Heck yeah! Back in the fight!
Why is it telling me to go? I don't understand how it erases your marker. It better not be telling me to go the wrong damn way. Could have sworn I already came down here. Yeah, I hate how it takes your marker away. Like, that shit is crazy to me.
I think a little chaos is in order.
Damn, they respawned you already? What the? What the hell? Oh, I don't got time for this bullshit. My question is, alright, guess we're going up.
Interesting program.
You got an invisible orb. Just look past it. Come on around the corner there. You know better. You don't never follow nobody like me around the corner. Oh. Damn shame I gotta come in here and clean house. Not gonna lie, I need some ammo. I mean, we could go to the KOs and guess I should buy some ammo too.
More murder robots on the loose. Calculations correct.
If you guys just pulled up, smash that thumbs up, and if you're not subbed, what are you doing? Let's go. First try, legendary right out the gate. What they got for us? What is this here? Huh. Interesting. That's one of the shotguns I told you guys earlier. I haven't really had the chance to. I got 3 of them in my bank. I'm not sure if this one is equivalent or less than. But what I'm kind of curious to know is why, if all I had to do was just beat this boss, why isn't this bunker unlocked? You know, some of them you gotta like find data pads and link this and now my question is, if I jump down there, can I get back up? Doesn't look like I can. Interesting. Okay, it's unlocked now. I was gonna say, what's going on? Now, what we can do is we can double back. I think, where was that room at? Wait. Where the hell was that room at? I'm gonna go do some exploring, man. Now, is this an area we've already been to? Possibly. Yep, we've already been here. Okay. Well, at least we got the bunker unlocked now. I didn't see it give me my points either, my SDU points. I think they kind of, I think they kind of got over on me. You understand? Now, as I stated earlier, my two Vault Hunters don't have um, the same build or same gun diversity in common. So, with my first playthrough with Rafa, I use a lot of shotguns. I use shotguns, I use ARs, and shotguns and ARs were one and two. ARs the most, shotguns second. And then it'd be followed by a close third between SMG and sniper. I think SMG and sniper I consider kind of like secondary. Shotguns and ARs are primaries. Now that's for Rafa. Now on Harlow, I don't use shotguns that much. This is why you only see 4 out of 7 spec'd into my shotgun ammo. AR is completely full. Because they don't really have a designated category for LMGs in Borderlands, I think what they've done for a lot of weapons, because even the gun very close to what I'm using here, the flank, one of my favorites for Harlow, as I stated earlier. This would be something in a lot of games that they would probably consider like an LMG. You know, you put a bipod on there, and this would have every quality of an LMG: large mag size, uh, plenty of stopping power. Um, it kind of looks like an. You guys remember the PPSH from World at War? That's an old submachine gun from, I believe it was World War I. Don't quote me. I believe it's a Russian SMG, but I could be wrong. But this thing was just nasty. Honestly, just looking at the flank now, it kind of looks like um, a big brother to the PPSH. You know, instead of it being like a smaller frame, SMG type, it kind of looks like it resembles a large AR or possibly even an LMG. Now, I always thought that was kind of strange. Why uh, Borderlands never really had an LMG category, because I don't remember there being an LMG category in BL3, BL2. Now, the crazy thing is they have weapons that perform like LMGs. And that's what makes Borderlands so loony, is because they have weapons. They've got a pistol that shoots like an AR. They might have a shotgun that shoots like a sniper. They might have a sniper that shoots like a shotgun. It's like they get a little loopy when it comes to um, the imagination of the weapons and how they perform. And that's a good thing. That's what a lot of Borderland fans like. That's what separates this from a more realistic shooter that's gonna give you weapons that's somewhat realistic. And the reason I say somewhat is because if you've ever listened to someone in the military, law enforcement, or even somebody who shoots quite a bit recreationally, excuse me, they'll tell you that a lot of the weapons on the video games do not perform even half that good on a good day. Um, and again, you have to understand the difference between realism and entertainment. They can't give us 100% realism and no entertainment because then nobody would play. So they have to find this balance where it's somewhat realistic, but obviously, and there are certain games where the recoil on weapons is just ridiculous. One of my favorite games is Division One. Recoil was awful. The weapon handling wasn't even thought of. All the majority of the guns, very rare you had a gun that just stayed on target. Um, you really had to know how to shoot in Div One. You know, now that again, PVE slash PvP, but there was PVE.
It's night
And
already?
even against the
Forgot to
PVE
eat.
NPCs,
Oh,
you
I'd
still
kill for a
had
lunar shake and
to know
fries.
how to shoot, or you were getting your ass just obliterated. It's that simple. Um, but I don't think they gave me my points for this, but that's okay. We got it out of the way. It's done. It's over with. Now my question is this up because I didn't do? You know what? I did one of the vaults, um, with relative ease, might I add, and that vault entrance bubble went away. So what I'm thinking, perhaps I did not do the other two, and that's why the bubble is still there. What do you guys think? Yeah, you know, because I have to reload the bod so many times before I could even proc any of my other stuff. And I'm not shitting on the bod at all. I mean, this weapon, I'm sure if I made my build, it would tweaked it to where I wasn't so dependent on the synergy that I'm currently dependent on. The bod would be a great choice, but unfortunately, and see, that's the hard part about picking different vault hunters, and then you pick the vault hunter and you make the build, and then you find out, oh, I really like this weapon. This weapon's really good, performs well. But then you try it with a particular build, or in my case, if you have multiple vault hunters, you try it with this vault hunter, and it don't perform like it did with that vault hunter. So it's like, and again, they all have very, very vastly different skill trees. So I'm pretty sure with every single Vault Hunter, you can make a build that's universal that targets multiple gun types, but there are certain builds that are only tailored to maybe two or three gun types. May not be tailored to all five or six. May not be tailored toward your ordinances. You know, there are some builds that are only beneficial to a specific weapon type. There's a bod build, believe it or not. It's a build that is designed all around the bod. Stacking all those different damages and getting fucking damage for snipers, SMGs, ARs. You're getting damage for everything. Um, that build exists. There's a build for the hot slugger. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not too hard to figure out. I mean, basically anything that where you're getting an increased amount of damage for shooting the first round or for shooting right after reloading, those are going to be all things that you want to target for the bod because it only fires one shot. Perfect example is Vitriol for Rafa. He's got a really cool talent to where the first shot fired from his weapon after reloading, he gets additional corrosion damage. A great talent to have if you're gonna have that. Now, I didn't put 5 points in the Vitriol in my build. Again, my builds are tailored to my liking. So some people would say, hey, I'm putting 5 points in Vitriol. I want to have 40%, you know, where I may say, hey, you know what? I want just 20% corrosion because I'm not going to lean into a whole lot of corrosion damage for this build. I may target more things that evolves around ricochets or crits. Again, the way we build and construct our Vault Hunters is totally up to us. You know, again, I build mine for a play style that's tailored for someone that wants to be aggressive. And obviously, you can see the survivability is completely different. One of my Vault Hunters has got about 17,000. The other one's got about, what, 3,000. Now, there's a lot of numbers between 3 and 17,000. You understand? So, but again, hers is going to be lower because, like we touched on earlier, specialization points and a plethora of other things that's going to make, um, you know, a character that you used a lot more tankier. It's going to make them hit harder. I mean, there's really nothing in that specialization that you don't get. You know, even fight for your life is increased. There's there's so many things that you can get just by putting those points on there, man. So just like any other game when you're leveling up a character, you know, you have stats, you got things that you can pour points into, and uh, you know, it's no different than that. I didn't want a propaganda, but nah, I don't feel like searching for no damn. Is there a particular drill site I should go to? Ah, here we are. And we got a propaganda right here. Would you look at that? It's the closest thing to it. Snowy Wells. What are we at? 31. I normally like being 30 and under for doing this type of stuff, but huh. I hate when you hit like up on a directional and circle. Oh, I'm sorry, the analog stick. And then it makes you do that damn ground slam. Oof. No way. You know what? And see, this is what we was talking about earlier. Borderlands, when you start doing one thing and you get sidetracked, because I mean they did a pretty decent job, man, when it comes to like the open world interaction. You see the NPCs fighting each other. If you're not careful, they'll come hunt you down. You know, it just looks beautiful, man. Wait a minute. Okay. I got a side quest over here too. Damn. 4 side quests. Hmm.
Whoa, the Vault Hunter! Hey, over here!
Yeah. When I get back to a chat. Man, this is one of those ones that got that damn. They got those cores.
I'll save a bullet for whoever comes to avenge you.
Power up release clamps. I think this might have been one of the ones I was at that was kind of like glitched out. Let me see. Because I believe that first core, I already found it. So I shouldn't have to. Yeah. These bots are up here too. Ah, there you are. Now I know you guys just saw that go from green to gray. What the fuck is that? What? Not giving me the option to use R3. I can't even interact with it. What is going on? Alright, well, I guess they want me to maybe take everybody out first. Fresh them out.
Get cozy!
Alright, well, I'll tell you what, we'll just take everybody out.
Here's your participation trophy!
That's what I have to do. No biggie. That's gang of them, so. Let's see. Are they hiding from me? Hey, brother.
Firing cannon!
So we might have a few stragglers. See, it just says release, power up release clamps. Don't say nothing about I have to take out all the damn enemies at the site, but I'm thinking that's the only reason why I can't interact with it. That's not the reason. My shit's glitched. Or I was in the wrong damn place. About to find out.
You started it, for the record. You'll hate this!
Yeah, I think I was in the wrong place, gang. I'm not gonna lie. My question is, how do I get up there? Oh,
I'm breathing, I'm fighting!
damn nuisance. How do I get up there?
Got a present for you!
Should have known that would have been too easy. Well, there ain't nothing I can latch on to. But maybe if we get enough elevation, we can just glide our way on over. Oh yeah, I definitely think we can make that. Oh, you mean to tell me they done spawned a whole nother damn... Shout out to Carl. Hey, Carl, I'm one step ahead of you, gang. Yo, if you guys just pulled up, man, smash that thumbs up. It'd be greatly appreciated. push this content out into the algorithm. You guys just pulled up, man. This is our second playthrough with none other than the scientist, the mad scientist, the Gravatar, Harlow. Let's see. And as you can see, for her only to be around 40 hours played, you can see, man, that she's got quite a bit of this map knocked out. We still got 2 vaults to complete. We got a rift event right here. Well over 100 side quests. So again, this is why I don't understand like people that say they've got 4 vault hunters and they have nothing to do. Maybe because I don't try to hurry up and get through it. You know, I actually enjoy. See, shout out to Carl, man. Carl says he ain't even finished his first playthrough. Bro, I'm on my second playthrough, man. And again, this character is only at about 40 hours. So 40 hours is, for most people, probably about a month. Less than a month of playing. Um, we've got Vault Hunters, man, that are like 800 plus hours already. Some of them are well over 1,000 hours, bro. I'm like, you boys might want to touch Earth sometime, man. Get out there, enjoy yourself. Take a day off. Take a trip. Um, you know. So for me to have all the stuff that I currently still have to do for this character, I mean, again, probably 90%. No, I wouldn't say 90. Maybe 80%. Like, look at all these damn marks on here, bro. Like 80% of my map or side quests need to be complete. Now there is an advantage with um 89. Okay, okay. See, that's why in the title, man, you know, I didn't really want to give my thoughts on the game because I was still learning so much. I was still learning the characters, learning the builds. So I didn't really put like a whole lot of, you know, my input because I'm still learning. But after playing 300 hours, I think I know a little bit, man. I know a little bit. You know, I've got about 5 builds. I got 3 for Rafa, 2 for Harlow. Um, I've experimented with 5 of the 6 skill trees. So, you know, I know a thing or two pertaining to the builds and the boat hunters that I chose. Now, Amon and Vex, I don't have a lot of I don't have a lot to say about Amon and Vex. Um, which character, what Vault Hunter did you go with, Carl? Most people I know they went with Vex, man. I was like, nah. I mean, it's the Siren class, so obviously it's gonna be the most favorite. Amon, okay. Yeah, they say that he's probably one of the strongest now. That always happens. They always make like the one that starts off at launch as the weakest. Like give it like a month or two. That motherfucker be buffed beyond what you can. That's why I tell people, man, just ride the wave, bro. What starts off what it is today changes tomorrow. Yeah, they say Amon, he's probably one of the strongest. I was like, that's crazy. I remember at launch they were saying he's one of the weakest. Now he's one of the strongest. And you never know. Never know. Now I'm talking about without like glitches and mechanics. I'm just playing straight up. He's one of the strongest. That's crazy. Yeah, things change so quick. The same thing with the weapons, man. Like I had touched on earlier, the Bonnie and Clyde got like a what was it, like a 30 some percent. A few weeks back they buffed the Hellfire and I think the Slugger. I think they both got a buff. There's quite a few things that got a buff. Some of the items, the Rowan's Charge got a buff a few weeks back. It was quite a few things. It was a few nerfs, but it was more buffs going on than nerfing, which is good. That way, people aren't pissed off about putting all this time into making this or shooting for these pieces, and then they just bust their bills to shit. So I guess that's a bonus. It's a plus. Let's see what we got here, man. What's this, a Vile Bounty? I think so. No. Claptrap wants us to do some bullshit. Let me do this Rift event. And then was it a site that we were supposed to hit? Man, we could knock these vaults out. It ain't gonna take very much time. Do you get SDU points for knocking out the vaults? I'm not even sure if you get SDU points for knocking out the vaults. I know you get them for the silos, the bunkers, the Ripper sites, propaganda broadcasts, but I'm not sure if you get them from the vaults. Tell you what, worst case scenario, we knock it out and we get nothing for it. But now that we got this out of the way, sheesh. And this particular flank I'm using has a mechanic that lets me use a double barrel. So this thing already shoots lightning fast. I typically don't even use the double barrel. I just usually use the full auto. Um, because when you use a double barrel, that 154 is really like 70 shots, 78. It's beneath us here. We're just gonna glide on in. And he's toast. And he's shooting nades at me from up top. That's cute. Oh, that wasn't nice. Alright, so the rift event's complete. I kind of wanted to do some Ripper sites. It was Passively had made a comment earlier where he was asking me some questions in regards to enhancements. There's a vibe bounty right there. If he would have stuck around, I'm not sure if he's still in attendance. But if you are, this is a very good place. You guys see where I'm at on the map. There's plenty of videos and content on this particular spot, but it's literally right across the street from the makeshift chalet. And it's called the Electi Safe. This icon never goes away. So if you ever get, turned around or whatever, it's northeast of the makeshift, and it's really hard to miss. As soon as you come out of this safe house area, you're gonna make a quick left, and it's gonna be this big building right in front of us here. Oh man, you know what I forgot to do? Get some damn ammo. God damn it. Sorry guys, I'm gonna take us back like 20 seconds. Because I didn't get any damn ammo. Now, typically what people will do is they'll come to this spot and they'll just farm it over and over and over again. We're not gonna do the save quit. We'll come back and go from there. Find something else to do. Got this area here, guys. If you've never been here, the Electi Safe. The Vault Hunter that was only got 30 some hours in. You probably been here through your playthrough, but you probably never come here to actually like just farm. And this is an actual now again, there is times where people, including myself, have farmed this over and over and over again and didn't get shit, so it's not a guarantee. Possibility like everything else. Now they haven't even spawned all the badasses yet. Until they spawn the badasses. I thought I killed him. I killed him. challenge complete. I don't even know what it was, but
Candy, please!
just completed some challenge.
Front coming!
Little people inbound. Oh, I don't think so.
You're in it now!
He's tough. You guys see it's nothing but badasses here. I think someone said they spawn as much as 15 of them. Between 12 and 15 are the numbers that I've heard, but I've never really sat here and counted how many badasses they spawn. I'll leave that kind of debate to you guys. And when dealing with vile enemies that have those vile crystals, a really good like counter for that is going to be like your Wombo Combo, your Whiskey Foxtrot, your vibe with torch stickies, anything to knock those crystals off their backs, man. It's gonna be a good. It's probably gonna be a really good option for you. What?
As expected, I'm the last one standing!
Oh, we just completed 2 challenges by doing this. Let's go. So there you have it. The Electi Safe Farm. As you see, they spawn quite a bit of badasses. Again, I got no legendaries. Getting a legendary is not guaranteed. But you do get quite a few enhancements, and you get other items, ways to make money. So typically what people do is they grab all their loot, save quick, come back, do it again. You can do this with this location, and you can do it with several other locations throughout Kairos. Drill sites are another really good way to obtain enhancements, medkits, and or shields. And just rinse and repeat. I mean, again, if you've got 20 to 30 items or more, you can make millions every time you go to the a vending machine. On average, if let's say I got 30 spots open, I probably make anywhere between 2.2 and 3 million every time you go to the machine. And the reason why that number varies so much is because if you've got a lot of medkits don't sell for nowhere near as much as weapons. I believe like a purple medkit's like 20,000. You can get a green weapon that's 100,000. So you see the difference in value. Weapons are gonna sell for a lot more than the rep kits. So if you've got a lot of rep kits on the ground or shields or mods, those are all going to be lesser value than as if you would have a purple or legendary weapon. Damn, this is. I believe I've got all the drill sites in this area here. Which way is that vault? Wish there was something else I can grapple onto. And you see, this is one thing I don't like about Echo 4 sometimes, man, is Echo 4 will tell you to go right through a damn cliff that's 100 feet high. What are you talking about, man? Discover the location. Nice, very nice. Let's get that vault door open. Oh, radix. Easy work. Easy work.
Wanders into the web in hopes of devouring the spider. Flee, little fly, while you can.
Flee, little fly. Now, I do believe you can skip this, but I'm not going to skip it. The only downside that I would say to this build, there's not a lot of survivability. But I'm sure if I put a few points into a few different teams, I can change that, but it's just different playstyle, man. I don't want every build I make to be super tanky, you know what I mean? I don't want to have the same playstyle. You know, I want to have builds that force you to think. You can't just You know what I mean? Run in there and not think about what you're gonna do after you run in there. You better have a plan. Where'd you go, buddy? Yeah, when it comes to mobbing, this build is, I would put it at an S tier. When it comes to bossing, I would put this build at an S tier, as you guys seen with the rift bosses. The bosses from those sites, all of them was taken down relatively easy.
You struggle mightily.
I mean,
Fiercer you fight, the
relatively
tighter the
easy.
snare.
So, but with this build, you can get taken down by a regular red NPC. They smack you with a nade and you're not paying attention, yeah, you can definitely hit the floor. Using wombo combo, I'm sure we all know this. You know, using a wombo, the splash damage, if you're not careful, will put you down. So, you can put yourself down too. Those that use the kickballer, surprisingly, before the nerf, there was a lot of people that was killing themselves with that weapon. I had one, I just, because I had so much new stuff, like I said, I've got 3 and 4 of certain weapon types. I don't use them, not because I don't like them, it's just because maybe I'm learning or I'm getting to use 4 or 5 other items, you know. Talk your shit, Harlow. These big boot bitches. I know it's always the ones with the big feet that always got the issues. I'm just playing. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, nailed it. Go.
I have waited a long, long time to see someone come this far. I wonder, how much further further will you
So you see, we handle ourselves pretty well, even against the badasses, the bulkhead creatures. Again, it's a different play style, so it kind of really taught me to be cautious. Like, you see, yeah, I am playing super aggressive. However, how can I say, I don't really even know how to explain it, and that could come from fatigue. So you gotta forgive me for the lack of words. The hell? Alright. You don't want to just sit back. I mean, obviously you want to play somewhat aggressive, but knowing the balance, knowing how to, use and take advantage of your second wind if need be, it's all crucial. And learning your build too, man. Like, I don't really have much to say about Amon and Vex because I don't have an Amon or Vex. I've seen a little bit of material on them, but I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to sit here and watch a whole bunch of coverage and stuff on rock hunters that I don't have. I don't see the value in learning their skill trees unless I plan on obtaining one of them at some point. Outside of that, that's tight. Whew. And you know what? This is kind of what we touched on earlier when we were talking about, if there could be PvP and Borderlands. It's like, hell yeah. Oof. Oh, I thought I killed. Never mind.
You brought your safety goggles.
Yeah, learning how to use your skill, man, effectively is a big deal too. Because whether, both my builds that I use for Rafa, you're not aiming those ordnance. Those ordnance are auto aim. That's kind of one thing I kind of do like about Arno is you interact with her skills not just more than you would with a typical Rafa build, but when you pull out Rafa's ordinances, not ordinances, it's kind of like nades, but like if you use the beam team or you use the automated shotties. I don't know about the rockets because I've never used the rockets. I've only used 2 of the 3. So I know the shotties are really nice. They're good for an aggressive in-your-face type of playstyle. And the beam team, those are good for short range, mid range, long range. You can practically not shoot at all, and that deal will pretty much wipe. Didn't wipe any. Damn. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. I had 2 bullets. GG. Damn, we haven't hit the ground once. Whole stream. Well, we hit the ground, but we haven't expired. That's crazy. Yeah, they're gonna tax me a little bit here.
Let's try another permutation.
9 mil. Sheesh. See, if I wouldn't have had this bullshit ass stray in my damn hand, I'm gonna go grab my hot slugger. I got 2 of them. Well, I might have 3 of them. I'm gonna go grab one of them. Um, yeah, I'm probably gonna grab. I'm gonna finish this vault, and then I'll probably go grab that. Really wasn't too pleased with the way. I mean, if you guys seen any of my first playthroughs with my main character, Rafa, you know that I fucks with the bot pretty tough. This current setup that I have, it's I mean, the bot is still gonna be the bot, but if you really want to see that gun shine, and you make it with a crit build or um some type of, you can even do, yeah, you could do splash damage, but I don't really think splash is needed for a lot of builds. I just think it's more hazardous. You got to be careful. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna take the bot off, and I'll put on the bird bees or KOs in. Could have sworn one of these had Jacob's, but you know what? If anyone knows, does Jacob's roll on birds bees? I think it does. I just don't have one on me. I'm pretty sure it does, but all right, we'll put the bird bees on, and maybe go. It shoots beach balls. Gearbox. This is what I'm saying. That's crazy, man. You know what would be more crazy if this gun was actually OP? I highly doubt that it is, and I'm not about to find out. I'm not about to fuck around and find out. Absolutely not. Use plasma coil, 2 SMG, 2 AR. Let's make it work. Sheesh. Oh, the splash damage kills me.
The heart awaits.
No way. Jeez, I just gave up $20 million. That's nice. That's nice. Wah, wah. Wow. What do you say to that, bro? And you know what? Those were the only ones left. That's why when I took those 4 or 5 NPC, there's no one left. Look, there's none left. That was the last ones for this little section of the map. And I took myself out. Splash damage. I'm not gonna do it again, but okay. Obviously, we know we gotta. That reload is crazy. Look at this reload. When you reload it, it like falls from the sky. This would be a good build for splash damage, but you know what? Malawans, period, are usually really good for splash because they have status. So they're really gonna shine for splash builds.
But for you.
I know Rafa's got quite a few different perks that kind of resolve around Splash, and with him having corrosion and shock, oh boy, I didn't know we was at the end of it. That's crazy. I get 2 downs the whole fucking stream, and it's at the very last end of the mission. Oh my god. And Radix is a bot. All he's gonna do is pick up some boulders the size of F-150s and try to launch them at you. Not to say that's not a big deal.
I tried to save you. Some things are tight.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Hope you brought your safety goggles. What happens when I press this?
An anomaly, a catalyst, a vault hunter. Your chaos is the key to locks you cannot see. Take your weapons, if you have the strength to wield them.
It's crazy. Didn't even go down to the boss. Took myself out. No. No. Alright, I didn't see if they gave me any SDU points.
Vault hunted.
If you feel the need to prove yourself again, your fight will always be waiting. Here.
Well, to be honest, the fight wasn't too tough, with the exception of me downing myself. That's okay. Happens to the best of us. Side mission complete. Nope, I didn't see any SDUs given. Let me check. Well, now, that don't make a whole lot of sense, because we had 80. Unless we got, did we get 40 from that drill site? I thought they gave you 20. Maybe they give you 40. Maybe that's what it is. Honestly, I'd probably dump another 80 into SMG. Because again, I don't like. I don't know. I hear people talk about certain weapons, and when I use, excuse me, when I use them, it's not that they don't feel powerful. It's just I just don't like them. You may not like the mechanic about them, or you know, maybe they're hip firing and you're used to ADSing, or vice versa. Maybe you wanna ADS and I said that backwards, but you get what I'm saying. Let me see if that. What the fuck? Let me get out of here. So I don't want to have to change my view in the map and do all that weird shit. I'll just exit the vault. We got what we came for. Beat the shit out of Redix. Get credit for completing the vault. On to the next set of objectives. Okay. So you see the bubble is no longer there. Same thing for the one that was in Fairfield. It's no longer there. That leaves Terminus range. And we could go and knock this one out right away, or we can get ourselves set up to hit a drill site. Let's check our inventory. Alright, we're gonna go to Carcadia. Because some of these items I think I got from those caches, so we'll mark these as junk. We really don't need them. This thing eats up too much ammo. I can see this being real good on um the ammo dump Amon build where he doesn't run out of ammo. I think Rafa might have an infinite ammo build as well. How the hell do I got two of these? Oh, that's how you could tell I'm tired. I'm sitting here looking at the camo, not even looking at the fact that one of these is Daedalus and one of them is Ripper. Yeah, I'm definitely tired, ladies and gents. You know you're tired when you start doing shit. You're like, what are you, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Yeah.
You're a discerning one. Setting off that chaff.
So let me think. Did we cover all of our topics? Want to talk about bugs and glitches? We did that. Touched on build diversity, in-game and DLC. We did touch a little bit on DLC. In-game. I mean, again, you know what? I spent a lot of golden keys coming over here and purchasing shit on accident.
What are you whispering to them, Levane? Are you saying this is my fault? The security of this city is a shared responsibility. I will not stand by while the blame is laid solely on the
I mean,
Carcadian
honestly speaking,
technologists.
the game is still in its
Leaders,
beginning
please
stages.
mind your
I don't
voices.
think that
This
anybody,
matter is not for public.
uh,
Leader Yorick, not a single one of your alarms sounded during this Ripper raid. The shortcomings of your
I don't think
work
anybody should
have
be
endangered our
necessarily complaining
fragile
about lack
coalition.
of things to do.
Levane is correct. We must strengthen our position.
Again, you guys just saw just with me coming out
Once the
here
Order learns of
and
our anemic defenses, they are
going
certain
from
to seek
one
retribution for our
activity to the
disloyalty.
next activity to the next
Bickering.
activity.
This alliance hangs by a thread. But fine.
Shout out to my boy,
Leaders, let us discuss
Carl.
this matter in private.
You know, he's only got, what, 40 some hours, so the amount of time he's got, you know, his total time, I've got that on my second character. And he's still working on his playthrough, so I mean, everyone moves at their own pace. Granted, I'm gonna tell you one thing that really helped me. I mean, when you do make a second character, you don't have to start from level 1. which I think is kind of cool. But as you can see, when I displayed my map earlier, I have quite a bit of items, quite a bit of missions, quests, silos, safe houses. You pretty much have to do anything that would be considered like open world. You have to do, and this includes all the side quests. So, I mean, it's almost like playing a new game without playing the new game. Because let's be honest, if you don't have 30 gear like put up, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. And I didn't save any 30 gear because, as you can see, let me grab this echo. My stash is usually pretty damn full. It's hard to do with one hand. My stash box is pretty full. So I'm constantly doing inventory management all the time. Constantly. 467 out of 500. Every time I come back to Carcadia or any of the other launch pads where you have access to the bank, every time I go back to these places, I'm dropping off anywhere between 20 and 40 pieces of gear. So you'll go from 260 to 500 in less than a playthrough. Because let's be honest, if you're farming drill sites, you'll get so much gear. That's why I try to tell people all the time, when they go down, don't get discouraged. Trust me, at one point I had like a half a billion, which seems like a lot, but it's really not. It's not a lot in this game. I believe the way the metrics work is if you go down, you lose 10%. So let's just say, for numbers' sake, just to make it relatively simple, let's say you've got a billion. You got $1 billion, right? Um, every time you go down, it's a million. Well, I'm sorry, it's 100 million. So you can go down 10 times and pretty much lose the majority of your earnings if you're not careful. You know what I mean? You'll lose a lot really fast. So it's just, you get penalized the more you get and the further you progress, as you should, because your skill level gets sharper. So, I really don't have an issue. Um, you know what? I use this stopgap. I'm not. You know what? I'm gonna grab it. Ooh, COV. I should grab both of these because I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really liking the other ones that I got. I'm trying to have a more diverse group of weapons for Harlow because it's so hard to find pistols and shotguns that work really well with her. The stray, I don't know. I'm just not feeling. I feeling the stray. I got two stop gaps. Why do we have two stop gaps? Let's put this one back. All right. What else were we supposed to put back? Was that it? I think that might have been it. We need to get some ordinances with bullets to spare is what we need. I'll put this back. I just realized we don't have a single damn shotgun. Oh, we were supposed to get the slugger. Let's go grab the slugger. Let's go get the slugger. I only got one slugger in here? That's crazy. I know Rafa's got one. I thought I had at least two in the stash. Well, at least they both got one. I'll take it. This one's got a Jacob's part on there too. I wonder if all sluggers come with, I think they all come with Jacobs because it is a Jacobs. This works. So got a hot slugger here. Flank here. Wombo. Press B's. Yeah, I need to get, I already got 3 rewards. Okay. Nothing of interest. More garbage.
One person's junk isn't.
Let's see where we're at. 23 out of 58. And we got some SDU points. I don't really give a damn about the lost and found. I think honestly it's gonna come down to SMG or shotgun. Well, damn, we got no points in the marksman rifle. That is tough. Damn. Not a single point. Damn it. Alright, guys, give me a few minutes. Take a brief recess. I'll be back shortly. Smoke them if you got them. Drink if you're thirsty. Be back in a moment.
A regular bullet isn't gonna take me out.
Alright, we're gonna take down this drill site a few times. And we're gonna wrap up the stream here.
Wouldn't mind if the bull crushed that one.
Skills to wrinkle your pickle!
Sheesh. That Ripper manufacturing part, man. That delay is awful. You guys hear that little freak? You better let me play with it. Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about playing with that? Oh. I think we're talking about the same thing.
That's a closed casket for sure.
Oof. I know you guys just saw that stop me in my tracks. Bye-bye. I hate when there's ammo on the ground and they won't let you pick up. I think if your ammo's full, I'd rather that shit just like disappear, or it just makes farming tough. Especially when you got hundreds of pieces of gear on the ground. Ammo scattered all over the damn place. M4 ain't bad.
At least they can't shoot faithfully. I think.
What happened? Vaporized. Got us a flank with cryo. Now, why you do that? See, now, if that little person would have just skedaddled, left me alone, he'll be alright. He'd still be running around here like happy feet. But no, little feet had to run up and try to slap the hell out of me. Sheesh. Oh, he just hit him with the Spartan kick. He got hit with the Spartan kick. Sent him to the abyss. Damn, does he have like unlimited missiles? I had all that time, didn't even realize. Definitely. I'm tired. shit. Somebody's sniping at me. I'm gonna sell this legendary too. Won't make no sense to me to keep it just because it's a legendary. But no matter what drill site you guys find yourself at, it is 6 major drill sites. And then there's quite a few other areas for, not necessarily for bossing, but more like for modeling. There's videos on that shit. I haven't really done a deep dive, but I've shown you guys a few spots. One of them was the Electi safe in our earlier playthrough, which is used by a lot of us vault hunters, man. We go there. It's just like Splash Zone in the southern part of the Fairfields. It's a well-known area where a lot of us go to obtain gear at a really high rate. I also think that it's a good XP farm too. Go into Splash Zone. First playthrough is like a must. It's
never ends on this rock.
Definitely not a place you want to skip. I would say, go there with a few barrage fireworks, because, with the barrage fireworks, people saying it's not as good later in the game. That's just because you've got better pieces later in the game. It still does what it's supposed to do. I mean, I've used it on a lot of different builds, and I can't really name too many builds where it's not beneficial, like, to have it. So, I mean, an armor break that shoots out 3 missiles, homing missiles, meaning you don't have to worry about firing these missiles, and they do quite a bit of damage, and they scale up with your level. So a level 30 is not going to be as strong as a level 50. But it'll do significant damage no matter what level you're at. Oh, shit. Oh, man. This build is super fun, man. It's so interactive, man. Like, you're constantly shooting, using your skills, shooting. And some people think that's a hassle. Like, some people You know, they want, you know, their skills to pretty much work and operate on their own. And honestly, if you want that, you want to go with Vex or Rafa, because they both have amazing builds where they don't necessarily have to control their skill the whole time. You know, you can sick Vex's companions on enemies, and I've seen them just beat the hell out of badasses and do quite a number on the bosses as well. And it's not a bad trade-off. But then, oh, this one's not bad at all. Assault rifle damage, fire rate, and ordnance damage. It's crazy how you get amazing purple mods, but you just can't seem to get legendaries for them. And I think that's one of the questions I'm asked the most. How do you get legendaries? How do you get legendary names? How do you? I tell you what everyone else has told me and told the rest of the community now. Because it's considered an open world drop, your best chance of getting it is and you can get them from bosses, because bosses can drop open world shit, but you want to know who else drops a lot of open world things? Badasses. And that's why I showed you guys one of the spots that I go to farm them. Because I have a lot of success there. I've gotten a lot of knowledge there. So, I mean, I give you guys the sauce. I don't withhold anything. If you guys want to know a particular answer to a question, we'll address it as we always have. Some people, they know good and damn well the answer to your inquiries, but they beat all around the bush. You know, gaslighting the hell out of you, or just flat out lying to you. And we don't have time for that now. And again, all the stuff I've shown you guys has been stuff that has been legit, straight up. Things you can do, builds you can make. And again, you know, you might like a few things on this person's build, and you might watch someone else, and he may say something that you deem is relevant, valuable, and you may implement what you like on both builds. Or you might have 3 or 4 builds where you've watched different creators. You know, you could watch one creator and take 2 of his builds and mix it together and, you know, remix that with whatever other ideas you got, and before you know it, you can whip up something else. Got something to call your own. The first thing, the first order of business that you got to do to be able to get there is hope. Gotta stop being so ignorant to everything.
A chicken with their command to cut off.
Sheesh. Sheesh. You know, it's like he doesn't run out of missiles, man. boss just evaporated. Or disintegrated, I think is the right word. I'm super tired. Like 3 hours past tired. It's crazy. Sheesh. Let's see. It's crazy how many good pieces I get for Rafa's melee build. And the game knows I'm not interested. And, you know, I even got some class mods that are kind of centered around melee build. And I'm just like, I don't really care for melee in this game. Like, look at this. Think I'm gonna run up to an NPC and do this? Fuck no. Now I'm knocking noodles off of shoulders. You understand? Now that's something that we don't mind. But yeah, I'm just not interested in melee builds. And you know what? I wasn't a fan of them in BL2. Didn't care for them. You know, there's a lot of people who try to implement melee builds in a game, and that's the easiest thing to do, man. If you're gonna do it right. Like anybody can have a melee feature, but at the end of the day, if it's not done right, people aren't gonna wanna play. Your servers dry up, your game dies. That's all she wrote. But when done correctly, it's a different vibe. That was nice. It pissed me off. Pissed me off. You know, I think it's funny when the NPCs just sit back. And look, now he comes out just YOLO.
At least I didn't die. Oh wait.
Not a good thing. Oh. Calm down. Calm down, big fella. I like how I ended up going down like after the fact, though. He's blocking all my shots. Fucking asshole. Did you see the boss sitting there trying to block all my shots? That's crazy. He's pretending to be dead. Can't leave anyone alive. Not even you. Drop a like if you think that was amazing. did you see the NPC actually trying to pretend to be dead? That is crazy. Man. And how about that Sparta kick where we sent that damn NPC flying in that crevasse earlier? Man. Oof. Mm. Yeah, that's tough. Dang, backpack is full. Let's see how we ain't been picking up nothing. This is all junk. But I'm afraid that's gonna do it, man. Just wanted to hit a few ripper sites, see if we got anything. Nothing of interest. We did get a flank. I think the cool thing about that last legendary is I don't believe I have that element. So, if that's true, it's always good acquiring something that you don't previously have. So, I'll definitely take it. But yeah, overall, man, me approaching 300 hours in the game, second playthrough, every legendary obtained, every activity complete between both characters. Now, obviously, you can look at my map and tell that there's a few areas in Terminus Range. A lot of these areas in Dominion, like right along this area here, you can't discover. So, it's not a whole lot. All of these areas aren't even accessible. And then you got the Timekeeper nestled in the middle of Dominion. So, whatever I haven't completed on uh, my second Vault Hunter, I have complete on the first. So it's not like I haven't done these. Actually, I want to stand corrected. There's probably an exception. There may be. I don't know. There could be like a dozen little side quests. Most of the main ones that tie into the storyline or that have pretty decent rewards. Though all of those have been knocked out for the most part. I got to all of those. I made sure of that. There may be a few worth knocking out, but again, if I haven't completed it on this character, I'm pretty sure I completed it on the other ones. So yeah, man, Vault Hunters who are bored with the game, you don't got much to do. My advice is reduce your hours, find something else to do. Take the dog for a walk. I don't know, but I don't think any of us should be burnt out with Borderlands at this point, you know. And then we're getting a DLC tomorrow. It hasn't even been 3 months. So, honestly speaking, I don't really think, and there's nothing wrong with giving Gearbox criticism for what they can do better, things they can enhance, things they can bring on. But again, as I stated earlier with the whole conversation with the pearls, I don't think that we're anywhere near the time where we should be bringing in items that are going to be shitting on the legendaries. The game just came out. If they're going to do that, I wouldn't. If I was a devs, I wouldn't introduce pearls until all of the main DLC has been released. Because a lot of the times what they'll do is they have other content that's not necessarily ported over into the game. And what they'll do is they'll hold that content and they'll release it later as DLC, depending on how you guys react to it. So, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be so quick to just say, hey, let's go ahead and let's bring on something that's stronger than legendaries across the board. Like, that's number one, it's going to make everything that we did in the last 2.5 months, it's going to make it mean nothing. It's just not the smartest thing to do. I'm being honest. So, again, a lot of great ideas, and, but I don't agree with every idea. If it makes sense, it's one thing. Like I said, I had a guy earlier say, man, look, I'm 89 hours in to, my first character, and I'm still not done with the game. Now, that doesn't mean that this Vault Hunter doesn't know how to play or he can't get through a campaign. What he's probably doing is instead of trying to get through the main campaign, he's probably knocking out side quests. He's probably taking his time with leveling up. Some people, not everybody is going to sit there and run Ripper sites or farm XP farms to get up. Some people are just going to play the game and they're going to do their little activities, and whatever levels they gain is what they gain. Then there are some of us who will target specific activities, even if it is more boring and more what it seems like punishing, to try to hit that threshold a little faster. And the whole mentality behind that is the quicker you get to 50, the quicker you can start saving your gear, you can start building your bank. Um, Firmware, not so much. You get firmware at, I think level 25 on up. So you can start looking for those, but it doesn't really make sense to transfer firmware for pieces that early in the game because they're going to be useless when you hit max level. Yeah, anything you use at 30, I don't care what it is, it's useless at 50, you know. So, excuse me. We got to keep that in mind. At the end of the day, I think there's plenty to do. The drop rates could be increased a little bit. I'm not saying no 70. I'm not saying no 70% or 100%, but it would be nice for those drop rates to be significantly increased if we're going to be doing UVH 4 and 5 and 6 to come. There's just no way that by now we haven't figured out, okay, well, these players on UVH 4 and 5, they're gonna get this, and then having some exclusive weapons too, because I guarantee you, everybody that's running around on UVH1 right now, if there was designated drops, designated legendaries, they can only be obtained at the later UVH levels. Even if people don't like playing on it, they would play it just to get the weapons. So Gearbox, understand, I'm helping you pump some life into the community, because although I don't see a lot wrong with what's been complained about, it doesn't mean that the others don't feel a type of way. So the only way you fix that, okay, the way you fix that situation is you make things worth grinding for. and you give people incentives, also known as awards. You get that right, you'll have a lot more happy clams out there. You'll have a lot more returning people. Again, I'm not saying 75%, but what I will say, I think a healthy number, maybe 20%. 1 out of 5. You know, 1 out of 5 is pretty healthy. On the hardest difficulty, 1 out of 5. You know, give us a reason to load up UVH 5, man. Because there's no way that the roles should be the same for UVH 1 and as UVH 5. Sorry, again, I'm trying to get something together here, but it would be nice. It would be nice to have the incentive to play the harder levels. When I unlock all of them for my new character, I will have I will play. The only reason why I haven't been playing with my other character is because I don't have it unlocked. I only have it unlocked on Rafa. He's got UVH 1 through 5, and that's all I play on. So I've gotten used to it. Even though there's not much of an incentive, if you ask, well, why are you playing on UVH 5? It doesn't make any sense. You're not giddy. Well, here it is. Here's my logic. UVH 6 is released. It's not going to be a huge, dramatic change between UVH 5 and UVH 6. But if you're playing on just regular hard, or you're playing on UVH 1, you may be in for a surprise when you try to take that jump to 6. So, again, I'm preparing myself for what's to come. Some of you other guys, you guys wait till things happen and then you want to talk about what you're going to do. And I'm a little different. You understand? So, that being said, I appreciate the love, support. If you haven't had a chance to smash that thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. And if you're not subbed, what are you doing? It was a good stream, man. Honestly, I would stick around. I would stay on a little longer, man, but I am beat. Like I said, I'm probably like 4 hours past my bedtime. So, I definitely got to get some Z's. And, that's that, man. Again, appreciate the love. Until next time, we'll cover a little bit more in regard to what's to come. We'll see how this new update pans out. And just go from there, man. I'm looking forward to the journey. For those of you who know me from other games and titles, you will most definitely be seeing me on those titles and or games. I've made a few appearances in Div, put good lashings to the server. Those of you who are part of the PvP community, you know, many more awesome things in store. Not just for Div, but for Borderlands. It's unfortunate that they pushed GTA back. That sucks a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I know, like a lot of you guys, you probably were looking forward to playing. I know I was. That won't be the case, at least for another 6 months. So, GG's. There you have it, man. Rockstar's gonna make us wait. Gotta make the best out of what we got. Keep it moving. Until the next time. Until I come again. Triple T down out. Bye.